the A in calculus came right after the C.
Yeah, I have yet to figure out where he gets the idea that he actually even understands basic mathematics, more or less calculus.
I don't understand why he has to lie about it. Like
I don't know. I don't get it.
Why lie? I don't. Like I have no problem.
He feels like it's a weakness.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense because for me, from the first time I really encountered Ronnie, it's like, all right, he's here because he's trying to create this facade. He wants to be the science guy. He is one of those guys who feels as though he doesn't want to be kept out of the loop, and he wants to be the theist, Bill Nye. So that's his stick, and he is going to, work as hard as he can to maintain that image, no matter what. And I think it's to his detriment because he doesn't allow himself much room to make mistakes, and so that's where that defensiveness and bullshit comes from.
Well, again, I think that the way he's looking at it is he has to be like perfect in the eyes of the ground clown posse, right? So any chink in his armor, anything that shows a weakness in his education or his knowledge level, he is going to fight tooth and nail, and that's been a pattern that he's had.
And it's apparent that he didn't think that out very well because, the second he told me, Fiona, and a bunch of others that he can't tell people his credentials because it would intimidate people. We just laughed at him.
Really, if he had just said he can't tell people his credentials because then no one would want to talk to him, he would have been perfectly correct.
That would have been true. That's absolutely true. I'm not going to dispute that. Yeah, and it's funny. We haven't really talked about Ronnie this entire year. It's already it's the 17th. So I mean, this might be an episode, a good time to catch up on that stuff because we've got it once a month, twice a month at most. I've been avoiding it because there's just been nothing in that side that has been of interest to me to really comment upon. There's been nothing new, and I don't want a rehash of the same shit that they were doing last year. I want some new fuckery, something new from them.
What would really piss him off, Steve, is we could just not mention him in this. We could go through that C. Brown thread and just ignore T entirely.
Oh, you're right, dude. Yes, I forgot about. Thank you for reminding me.
Is it the same thread where he was sharing the conversation?
Yes. 500 post.
Oh, I stopped following that.
Yeah, we were gonna do that on Sunday, but I don't know what happened to you. I did have a hangout, so yeah, I'm happy to do that. Absolutely.
We need to get Fiona in here though, if she'll still be awake.
So is C. Brown supposed to talk to you guys about what he thinks happens when organisms are preserved?
Oh, that was just one of the topics in that thread. Because he can't stay on topic to save his own life.
Right?
No, he's all over the place.
Well, and actually, he gets off topic, I think, to save face, right? Because he's talking. You're talking to him about tissue preservation or what have you, and he'll say, "Well, I don't agree with that, but let's talk about this because you can't explain that."
You can't explain that.
And then you'll get 3 or 4 topics down the line, and then he'll bring up the first thing again, like you never even touched it.
Well, and then he'll sit there with consciousness and just sit there and go, all those guys that go into Steve's channel and they just want to pretend they're smart and they don't know what they're talking about, and that I'm C. Brown and I'm the only person that knows what I'm doing. And then when you ask him anything, like you said, he avoids it tremendously. He'll throw out a bunch of words, but I have to keep asking Isaiah, what the hell is he saying? Because again, I am nowhere near on the level you guys are obviously at, and I know C. Brown isn't, but I don't know how to even parse out half the shit that he says. It's just
I couldn't believe. I don't remember if it was in that. I think it was in that 500 post thread that he and I had a short exchange about the meaning of the word steric, right, and steric interactions,
right,
and he could not bring himself to understand what that meant.
What is so complicated about steric? I mean, I don't.
And this was when he was saying that he understood everything there was to understand about DNA, right? He doesn't.
He didn't say that, did he?
I would have to go through the thread to find exactly what he said, but I mean, because I kept saying that. All right, so these things, they're all moderated by steric and electrostatic interactions, right? And it was just like white noise to him.
Well, I mean, I don't know what his well, you got to remember one thing I've noticed with all when it comes to younger creationists, they don't understand things like spatial relationships. They don't understand conceptual ideas. Right?
You're using too many words. They don't understand.
Okay, but, I mean, but these are the specific things. So I could understand him not knowing anything about this. You know, when you say something about steric relationship, he's not going to understand because the younger creationists do not get these concepts. They for some reason they don't. I don't know why. It's just a part of their brain doesn't understand. Well, I'm gonna leave it at that, as you said.
Yeah, I think it was apparent to me when the conversation first started, because his original post, I don't know if you guys have read it, it went from like a bit of, not the polonium halos, but it was something to do with physics, like early universe or early Earth physics, and then it had something to do with abiogenesis, and then something to do with, like, it was a little bit of everything in there. And I'm like, look, I don't know that much about physics. I know what I've been personally taught and what I've kind of picked up. But if you want to talk about biology, that's my field. That's what I have a passion in. We can talk about that.
Well,
And
my argument before about left-handed, right-handed was kind of glossed over. I wasn't specifically talking about. I get life here. Tended to use left-handed amino acids. I get that, but my argument was more why in the universe is there not more of a symmetry between what we find for left-handed or right-handed amino acids? Shouldn't they be produced in similar concentrations if they're being produced? Why is there an affinity toward one than the other? That's the question I was more asking, because the amino acids are produced from stellar reactions and things going on in outer space, right? From these clouds that have amino acids in them. So why is it that the universe has a propensity to have left-handed amino acids? Not life, but the universe itself.
I think it's one of those, questions like, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Like, I mean, it just kind of is one of those things that we'll always want.
No, because I mean, like amino, like, why is there more matter than antimatter? That's a great question, and we were finding out that there might be some partial breaking of symmetry, that there might be something along the fundamental constants that have the universe tends to want to make matter over antimatter, because of certain very, very small reactions that don't happen very often tend to only work one way to produce matter. They don't produce antimatter, so that would lead as something to shift the over the 50-50. Just a minor thing, but for some reason these particular, I think their pion reactions don't seem to produce antimatter for some reason. But why is that? I don't know.
Sorry, I found found what he said. Druss had asked him, Druss? Yeah. He asked him, do you have a complete understanding of DNA and the processes associated with it? And his next response was, directed to him, was yes.
Oh, okay. So he knows how DNA can lead to protein. Like, he understands fundamentally how there are.
That is a very long thread, and I typed a lot into that thread, and I explained all of those things to him. I didn't go into as much detail as I probably could have, because I was typing a lot of it on my phone. Well, yeah, the part of it is because if I type it here, I don't have to type it somewhere else. So, but anyway, so he can't say, well, nobody's, I've never seen this explained or whatever else, because no, it's right there. This is an explanation of the thing you asked about. It's right there. Just read it. I'll explain something if you ask me, if you don't understand it. And then he told me that he said that that I was dumbing things down, and then in the next sentence he said that I was using a lot of jargon.
Yeah, he used that one with me. Well, he didn't say that I was dumbing stuff down, but he did say that I was trying to, or he implied that I was trying to, just, I guess, pull the wool over his eyes using certain terminology. And I think the only thing that I had really mentioned was like anaerobic. Like, I wasn't getting into fucking like deep into fucking molecular biology, but to the point that he was trying to make about Schweitzer's work is that he was convinced that I'm trying to get this right, worms, germs, and water would have gotten into the fossils, and those things would have caused contamination. So her work is invalid because all those things exist, and you can't actually protect fossils. Like he was literally saying, I was like, wait, okay, so even if I would buy that, all right, let's assume that I buy that. You were asserting that this environment is somehow conducive for the breakdown of blood products, and I picked heme as an example. And I said, okay, well, if we're going to say heme is breaking down, well, what breaks down heme? Well, you have enzymes from, quote unquote germs called monooxygenases. And guess what? They need oxygen in order to make that reaction happen. It's I think it's a hydrolytic reaction, if I'm not mistaken. And one of the issues with that is that if you're in an anaerobic environment, how the fuck are you gonna, have this breakdown happen?
Hey, Party City troll. We got a troll, I think. Sorry.
But that was one of the main issues, and he could not reconcile that. And I come to find out he didn't know what anaerobic meant, and he didn't understand how preservation works, and he also didn't understand how basic chemical reactions worked either. So, like, when I went and gave my explanation, I completely forgot about the fact that he pretends to know a lot more than he really does. And so I had lost him when I gave my example of why his assertion was completely fucking wrong.
Yeah. Well, and at the very end of that thread, though, was the bit where he said that fish, to live in slightly shallower water, would need to have legs and lungs.
What?
I guess I need to tell like the cichlids in fucking South Africa that they need to start evolving.
No, because he was saying that that in order to get tetrapods, on land, you would need all of these hundreds and countless mutations all at the same time. And I was just saying, well, no, first you start with fish. They're living offshore. And then you have fish that are living...
Exactly.
All right, Party.
Yeah, Steve, kick this asshole.
Yeah, bye, Party. And by the way, you can't snipe us, so fuck off.
And then you have fish that live a little closer to shore, right? So how many mutations do you need for that to happen? None. You need no mutations for that to happen.
Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, I guess I'm gonna start using my son's fish, the beta, as an example. These betas don't need aerated tanks. They go up to the surface of the water and they get oxygen. They get the atmospheric oxygen, and they breathe that. And this is a fish. This is still a fish that swims in the fucking water, doesn't have legs, and that's how it conducts its respiration. So maybe if we have those kind of examples, it'll help illustrate, how life is diversified.
Well, part of it is, people don't understand the way that a swim bladder works, right? So a swim bladder works by, increasing diffusion of gas, oxygen mostly, out of the fish's blood into the swim bladder, right? So it's increasing, it's in solution, diffusion, and then it goes out of solution, which causes the fish to become more buoyant. That's the way a swim bladder works. So if you do that in reverse, which it also can do to decrease buoyancy, then you put the oxygen back into the blood. And now if you get oxygen into the swim bladder from the atmosphere and then put it into the blood, you've got a fucking lung. It's all already there. Everything you need is already present in the animal.
When we tell these people that evolution just works on existing parts and existing things, they don't understand this. They think that evolution requires some kind of new and novel thing that disappears out of nothing. Oh, I got an eyeball now. They don't understand.
Well, that's kind of like the nephew position. Like he thinks that a mutation needs to happen. Like he thinks that chemical features are added with each successive generation, and you have to keep telling him that no, that's not how it works. You use what's there already, and it gets slightly modified. But of course, that depends on the organism. But you're not going to see 4 limbs pop out of the P1 generation because because reasons like
well,
that's
first
not
of all,
how it
they
works.
don't know P1, P2 generate. They don't. You already lost them. So, hey, anyways, real quick, I don't want to change the subject, but I just want to address this because people are asking in the live feed, and then we can go back to this. As Chris, but are you looking at the C. Brown post? I mean, are you going through it right now? Still there?
I've got it open.
Okay, because I mean, we can go through it a little bit more in depth, I guess. I mean, but the thing is, next time you're in a room with C. Brown, I understand the last couple times you were trying to be really, really nice and patient, and God, you were patient as a saint. But I think that maybe you might need a little bit more heavy-handed with him. I'm not saying to do that, but I'm just saying that you might want to consider it because he's just at this point blathering on about the same shit, and it's just not going anywhere. It's just not of interest. So that's why I don't really engage with him.
When I'm engaging G Consciousness and C Brown, some of these other folks, I'm trying to opt to engage them in conversation because it's easier to press them on the stuff that they say, because it's like, well, we can think of all these good examples, all day long, but the examples that I think of come from me engaging them on the stuff that they say, for my tutoring course. So that's the way I approach it. But I think that's the wrong approach, because I'm coming from a position of these are students looking to learn who have some fundamental understanding, and they just need a simple analogy, to kind of help them remember.
Well, I get that, but telling C. Brown he's wrong when he's wrong and he's wrong. I mean, I don't find it to be of that much interest anymore. I mean, he's unwilling to correct himself, and that's the difference. If you have a student, most of the time they're going to be willing to correct themselves when the teacher or an instructor tries to inform them they're wrong. Now, unless there are times when the instructor can be wrong, but this is definitely not one of the times.
Well, that's why I'm about to switch my technique up and just say, you know what? If they're coming at me with this assertion, like when I approach C. Brown with the issue about how fossils are preserved, I should have asked him how he thinks things played out, and then went from there, because it would have been easier for me to find out that he doesn't understand preservation by him hesitating to answer the question, or having him explain the completely wrong fucking process.
Well, I'm reading the book that Dr. Rana sent me. Is it Dinosaur Blood in the Age of the Earth? And I'm only through like the first chapter, but I think it's a really, really good read. I mean, I think all of them should read this. It basically explains Schweitzer's work in a very, very layperson's position, way. I mean, it gets a little technical towards the middle and the end, but as he acknowledges, he has no choice. I mean, this is not something you can dumb down to an exceptional degree, but you want to be able to explain, how she went about doing her methodological approach to what she found. And I find it to be quite good. The book reviews for it are quite good. So maybe they should actually look at getting his book. I'll do more of a review on it when I finish the book. I'm kind of reading a chapter a day. It's a small book, and I just got it like 2 days ago. So, but
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good so far. I'm actually impressed that he. I know he doesn't agree with dinosaurs and birds, but in this particular case, he's full on board with Schweitzer's work. Matter of fact, he seems to respect her quite well. And I called her the other day and left a message. I'm going to call her lab tomorrow. She left me her lab number to call.
Nice.
And, that would be awesome to get her in here.
If he's using her work and he disagrees with the dinosaurs and birds connection, like how does he explain the Archaeopteryx?
Well, I mean, I think by now, Archaeopteryx obviously was a cousin to modern birds. I don't think the paradigm now has been that modern birds came from Archaeopteryx, but I mean, he accepts the fact that the blood is 99 million years old. He accepts the fact that it was preserved. He doesn't find any. Matter of fact, he thinks it was wonderful that she went against the paradigm and was challenged to show that, you can have heme compounds and you can have collagen be preserved and come up with a mechanism as to why it was preserved, because that was unheard of. Nobody expected to find these types of intact macromolecules. So.
Yeah, I mean that's what science is about, though, challenging the paradigm, and that's why I laugh when I hear some of these guys say, "Oh, if so and so would have come out with their assertion, then they'd have been laughed at." I'm like, "Well, welcome to fucking science." Like people are going to be challenged all the time. Like that's how it works.
Yeah, well, I mean, she would work for Jack Horner. Jack Horner.
Horner.
Yeah, and at first, he was just kind of like, yeah, but then after he actually looked at her initial work. He was like, "Oh shit! I think you actually may have something here. Now go disprove your hypothesis."
Yeah,
I think that one thing about the work that she did something that no one else had really done. I don't think, dissolving stuff in acid like that to remove the actual rock material or whatever, and see what was left over.
And one of the interesting things, they keep. You hear kind of frequently from the other side, people talking about when they say that nobody was expecting to find this kind of thing. What they're saying is that it's been well known forever that things don't last that long, right? But that's not true. What people knew was that under ordinary conditions.
Right. Yeah,
things don't last that long.
If this shit would have been left out to expose your and the environment, then yes, and that would have been completely different, right?
But at no point had they ever tested every imaginable condition to see if there are any that could possibly work.
Certainly.
And so now that we've thought of a few that maybe might work because we've found some stuff that we think had been preserved, and we test those ideas, they seem to work. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, and that's how science learns. I don't know how the young Earth creationists try using her work to try to promote their own agenda. I don't see it at all. It's completely dishonest. I think a lot of them are just parroting what they've heard, but the people that are actually out there promoting that her work is wrong, the higher ups in the young Earth creationists, I think absolutely have to be lying through their teeth, and no, they are.
Yeah, no, they are, because people don't understand how scientific inquiry works. So that quote unquote challenging that she got was an academic one. That wasn't we don't believe you because that's silly and that's not science. That's like, well, you have this concept that you need to demonstrate to us in order for us to accept it. That's it. They didn't ask her anything remarkable that no other scientist would have ever been asked in their career. And so for folks who don't understand the scientific paradigm of this day, they're going to look at that and go, oh, well, even scientists didn't, other scientists didn't like her assertion. So there's obviously something wrong with it.
Yeah, I can't wait to kind of finish this book. I'd like to. I plan to just read a chapter a night, so I'll read chapter 2 tonight. But yeah, I'm finding it to be kind of interesting. I didn't know that she had done a lot of this work prior to this particular thing. She's not a newcomer to the field, and there's other scientists out there that had similar things as well, but they didn't come up with an explanation for it as she did. She's not the only person to discover some of this interesting stuff, but she actually came up with a plausible explanation, due to the iron in the heme, as to why it was acting as a preservation material. So that was kind of her claim to fame.
I think it was the iron in the blood was turning the internal. It was creating formaldehyde. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it was acting as a preserving agent.
Formaldehyde acting as a preserving agent, and also the fact that it basically acted as a bacteriological barrier of some type.
I would have thought that the cementation of the bone itself would have kept out bacteria. But then again, there would have been bacteria in it before the cementation happened. So I have to probably go read this over again. But the anaerobic environment would have disallowed any type of molecular degradation because, from what I read, that just the heme itself needed oxygen as a reagent in order for the monooxygenases to break down the heme.
Well, yeah, any kind of monooxygenase would require oxygen, right?
But yeah, that's just one of the blood products, but there was a few.
But there's been more than just collagen and heme compounds found in other dinosaur bones. They've actually found things like keratin and a few other macromolecules that they hadn't initially expected to last that long, given normal conditions. So we've been finding a lot of these macromolecules. Matter of fact, they actually found pigmentations, right? We actually know the color of dinosaur feathers. So they found pigments, right? I mean, in fact, her work prior to this was on pigmentation of eggs. Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Oh.
Yeah, she was working on different pigmentations of, why eggs are brown, why eggs are white, and then fossilized eggs. And so we actually know that the egg color of these dinosaurs because of the pigments that were left over.
Well, I guess that makes sense since she's a student of Jack Horner, who instructed Michael Crichton on Jurassic Park movies. So I guess that makes sense that she'd be interested in that.
Yeah, I was very, very interested in finding out more about her background and some of the other works that she's done. What is it? I can't. I know what it's called, but I can't think of the top of my head. I guess I can look it up. What's the pigmentation? Bilavierdin? What the fuck is the pigmentation?
Bilirubin?
Bilirubin. Yes, thank you.
No, what you talking about for the what now?
That's one of the colors for one of the. I remember one of the pigmentations in the book that would causing a bluish color for certain kind of birds lay a blue color, and then some chickens lay brown, and then if they doesn't have that, then it lay a white color.
Oh, is it bilirubin? Oh, okay.
No, it's biliverdin. Biliverdin.
Biliverdin. Okay.
Bilirubin is in your gallbladder.
That would be definitely a brownish red color from bilirubin.
So now there's a bilirubin test that they do for red blood cell breakdown, I think. Can't remember what. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
But it's kind of interesting that these pigmentations. I mean, we can actually tell, what the color of these freaking dinosaurs were. That's amazing.
Yeah, there's all kind of fun stuff that I've been learning about for like the last year that you can tell, and the work of what's her name, Nina Jablonski on human pigmentation. Her husband used NASA's a map from NASA that showed UV radiation concentrations, and that's how she was able to figure out how the spread of pheomelanin compared to eumelanin. Like it was like I had to find it's on YouTube. I think it's by HHMI. If you type that in and type in Nina Jablonski, you'll find it. And she explains how she had her husband petition to get these maps, and then she matched it up with the presence of populations in the area who had eumelanin, and then those who had pheomelanin, and then how it corresponded with their theory on human pigmentation. Like it's crazy. Like I would have never thought to do something like that.
Trying to get some more people in here. Changing my little settings here.
Yeah, I had a pretty good conversation today with me, Sam, Bob, your name here, Matthew, King Matthew's channel with Antonio, and we asked both of them like what they learned from True, and they couldn't give me anything.
No, nobody's ever have. I mean, has anybody ever been able to say, "Oh yeah, well, True was right scientifically about this"? I mean, rarely. I mean, I guess occasionally he'll stumble upon something and be like, "Yeah, okay, yes, that's correct," but what's the point about it? But I mean, when he's been corrected on it, has he ever once shown to be, corrected on something and be right? Right? Has it ever happened? No, of course not. That's the biggest thing, is that every time anybody's ever corrected him, he's been wrong every time, with 100% certitude. So he just won't correct himself. He won't admit that he made a mistake. He's just incapable of doing so. By the way, we have room for 21 people in here, so please come in, people.
Is this Shadows?
Yeah. Sort of a philosophical question. Mm-hmm. If somebody is so stupid that they can't understand the correct information, have they really been corrected?
Yes, they've been corrected, but they don't accept the correction. I mean, the action.
No, they don't understand the correction.
Right, but
it's even worse than not accepting it. They don't understand it.
Well, that to me is somebody who's dumber than just a normal person who's putting out misinformation, right? I mean, if you're putting a misinformation and you're being corrected and you're not understanding the correction, then you don't know the material at all, really. I mean, or at least unwilling to try to accept the correction, right? If I just say, "Hey, CRISPR, you're wrong," and it's something about biology, and I'm not even willing to listen to you, then yes, that's showing that I don't really know enough to even know that you're right or wrong. I'm just saying that you're wrong. I think that that's what they do.
Well, actually, true empiricism is a good example of evolution. He has found a niche that he is well adapted to fit in, and he doesn't need to change.
Yeah, he has a role. I mean, there's no. You got to remember with the Clown Car Posse, none of them know science at all. And so if it's between him and C. Brown to be the go-to science guy, because of course G-Man's not going to ever learn about these topics, right? So they have to go to somebody to say, okay, well, you've already looked into this. Tell me about this. Oh, okay, I'll defer to my science guys, True and C. Brown. But then when they're posed against anybody who does know science, they basically look like babbling idiots. I cannot even parse out what they're saying half the time. C. Brown especially. Between his fucked up phone having, the translation between voice to text, making all these different errors, and the fact that he doesn't know what any of these words actually mean, I don't know how to even have a conversation with him. Because it's like him speaking Chinese to me. And he takes that as, oh, well, Steve doesn't understand the topic. And it's like, no, I could try to understand the topic. I mean, when CRISPR or Rational or Drag or Sam are talking, I get the vast majority of it. But I don't know what the fuck you're saying, see?
Well, that right there tells me that he is trying to put up a front as well. Because anything that I know from the shit that I've learned, I can break it down so folks do know, even if they have it completely wrong. So him just saying, well, you don't know enough to understand, that's bullshit. Maybe let's assume that he does, right? And you don't know. If he's unable to communicate it in a way for you to understand it, then that's kind of a fault of the person communicating the information.
And that's why I'll ask. I mean, like Isaiah, is he? What is he saying here? And even Isaiah would be like, I don't fucking have a clue.
Well, I tried to give him a chance. Huh?
Oh, lived is in the live feed. Lived it.
I mean, you can invite C. Brown in here too, because I'm very curious. I've tried listening to his conversation with CRISPR, and I've tried listening to his conversation with Isaiah, and
which by the way, I didn't see this until like a week or so after that conversation happened. But I saw that Hogtie described it as a painful ass rash, which I thought was of a conversation. That was
your 2-hour conversation with Steve around that one time. That was painful, and you had the patience of a saint. But I mean, come on.
Well, no, the funny thing is,
way off.
To me, the funniest thing about that was the sound of his girlfriend in the bed at 2 a.m. making these go to sleep. Like, yeah, it was just that was the funniest thing.
Well, like I said, I don't go into their rooms. They're more than welcome to come in here. Z Brown can come in, sure. Anybody's willing. I mean, I have to mention this because I guess we're talking about who can come in. I am continuing to block Brenda. Here, the 20-second synopsis. Prior to TST, she apologized, but it was just me very weak, and she was like, I was upset, blah blah blah, and I'm like, that doesn't really explain your actions, and I don't want her around my channel. That's all. So I mean, anybody else can do what they want. That's all I have to say in the matter. I just don't trust her. I don't think she's rational enough to have certain kinds of conversations, and that I don't feel that I need to have people around that will be unable to cope with some of the topics that we talk about. And I think it's best that maybe she just talks about it on other channels. So I'll leave it at that. But I did listen, Drag. I mean, so I did talk to her. So 20 seconds, but whatever. But
yeah, I mean, it's your channel. It's how you want to run it. So I mean, at least you got to understand. And she admitted that what she was feeling was a bit irrational. So I mean, I think that was about as productive as that conversation was going to get.
Right. Well, and that's why I didn't let it go on. Right. I mean. I understand people do like some drama, but this was not really something I wanted to continue. I understand that Brenda does have some problems, and I don't want... Again, I've noted many times, I don't really want to go after people or dwell on people that I think might have some issues. And I'm not talking about the clown car posse. Of course they have issues. Let's be realistic here. But you know what? I can't just say, hey, I can't bash on Ronnie because he's stupid. I mean, he's stupid, but I mean, he at least has enough wherewithal to not start flagging channels because he's not happy with the content, right? He's not that far gone, right? So.
Yeah, well, he hasn't gotten to that point yet.
No. Oh, speaking of flags,
let
me recap. You guys may have known that this guy had written to YouTube about privacy concerns, right? This guy named Greg Lukes. This guy named Greg Lukes had a conversation with me a while back, and he wouldn't go on air, and he was just one of those fruit on the ground creationists. So I made a fruit on the ground creationist video about him. Supposedly, this other guy, and I think it's the same guy, but those are my suspicions, but I could be wrong. But this other guy says, hey, I've never had a conversation with you. You can't use my name in your video title, and this is a violation of my privacy. Well, he used his actual screen name, which is the same screen name, Greg Lukes. And I'm like, commenting back to him, do you not understand that if you use a screen name on one of my videos, I can make a video using that screen name, and that's not doxing, that's not a privacy violation, that is me responding to your own fucking screen name. So YouTube said I have 48 hours to take down the videos or change the information, and I told him no. I said I'm not going to change the information. I said here's the evidence that this person, one, is not the person who's claimed in the video, therefore you cannot file a privacy concern on behalf of somebody else as per YouTube's violation policies, which I did read. So that could be dismissed there. And two, he's used his name in the screen name on the video, which he deleted those videos after I noted that. I mean, he deleted his comments after I noted that, but I screen capped him.
Oh, yes, that's what you shared on Facebook. Saw that.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's been well over 48 hours. YouTube hasn't gotten it back to me, and my videos are still up, so what does that tell you? And they're still monetized. But that's the kind of cray-cray that I don't need around, right? I mean, I don't care if people get boisterous. I don't care if they get insulting. I don't care what they call me. I don't care if I dislike them or whatever. I'm only have the ban hammer on certain types of behavior, and trolls too. I don't mind people light trolling. I don't mind if they sit there and bash on me. I don't care about that. But if they spam like things over and over and over again in the live feed and nobody else can have a conversation, I don't have that, right? That's something I'll ban. So I'm not limiting people's free speech, which doesn't matter. It's my channel, but I want people to have conversations. I want them to be, tell me if I think I'm wrong. I'm fine with that. So I just wanted to know that's the kind of situation with that. And by the way, people have complained about my use of SJW. I've only called 2 people in this entire community SJW, so it's not something I use ubiquitously. It's not something that I toss around to anybody that I think disagrees with me. Jade's in the live feed. She has a different political, ideological perspective than I do. I respect her political, ideological position. She is not a social justice warrior. Even if she did espouse a lot of the New Age feminism stuff, which she doesn't, I wouldn't categorize her as an SJW. So it is a very specific list of conditions that I have, and only 2 people that I felt fall into that. So I use the term sparingly. It is pejoratively, I'm not going to lie. But there are reasons why people consider to be SJWs. And no, Tommy Hall was not banned. Why would Tommy Hall be banned? I mean, he is trollish, but as long as he can carry on a conversation, I don't give a shit. I got a lot of background noise. Is there a TV on?
Oh, sorry, yeah, man. That's fine.
Just unmute when you talk, so I can not be monologuing here. I used to be a bit of a right wing. Stuart points out I'm a right wing wanker. I'm more central. I'm kind of a centrist, moderate, more of a libertarian more than anything. I'm fiscally conservative, and I understand social liberalism. I mean, I'm liberal on a lot of social policies, to be certain, but I find that the way certain people promote their liberal agenda, I find to be problematic. So, yeah, Trump is coming for me. Yeah. Well, like I said, I've never been a huge fan of Trump being president of the United States. I didn't want Hillary, but now that he's president, we have to deal with the ramifications. And I think that he's out of his league? Oh, fuck yes. I mean, he doesn't have a clue how to be president of the United States. But we'll see what happens. So I think Tommy tried to come in once, and he was banned by one of the participants, but not by Steve. Jade banned by the live feed. I didn't. Huh. I don't know. I can go to their channel and see. I see the problem is when you kick somebody off the live feed, you actually have to go to their channel, and you have to remove that, which is kind of a pain in the ass. It's not like there's a central way that you can go to and say, okay, I'm going to take them off the ban from the live feed. You can do that with the comment section, but you can't do it with the freaking live feed section. I don't know why it's not centralized. No, he doesn't appear to be. Well, oh shit, that's his UG+. Let me go to his YouTube channel.
Just invite Tommy to the chat if he wants to. I haven't spoken to Tommy in a little while. I don't think his arguments have changed, but why not, you know?
I gotta find his YouTube channel. You have to do it from the YouTube channel. Why, Jay, do you think he's blocked from the live feed? Let's see here. I'll tell you in a second if he is. I found his channel.
Just look for all the gay sex.
No, he's not. He doesn't appear to be blocked. Oh, he was banned from not coming in. Oh, no, he doesn't come in on his own accord. He thinks that if he comes in that he's being like persecuted, and it's like, well, no, Tommy, you've come in and you ran the same arguments every single time. Well, there's a point where we have to shut you down and say, look, we've already explained this for the last 2 to 3 years. You've running the same stupid argument. Enough's enough. We want something new, right? I mean, he just can't come in and say, oh well, I'm gonna say the same thing that I said 2 years ago because it doesn't learn from his prior conversations. I don't want to have a waste of time with somebody like that. The people are asking for a link. The link is in the video description, guys. Just go to the video and you get the link there. But I will give it to people that ask via instant message too. But did we move away from the C. Brown thing?
Did we? I don't know. How? I think Christopher is supposed to read off stuff.
Didn't we?
Yeah,
I don't know. I stepped away for a bit.
Yeah, we can go back to that. He said, Mr. GPT says, I just asked because Tommy goes in Tom's Hangouts and talks about how he was banned for destroying atheism. Well, first of all, my channel has nothing to do with atheism. I don't promote atheism. I don't promote theism. I promote agnosticism, if anything, but I don't really promote that. But he's not banned from this channel, so... These guys lie on a dime.
Stuff like that.
What's that?
Tommy likes to exaggerate, and don't take him seriously when he says stuff like that. Yeah, because the first thing you can do is just ask him, "Oh, who banned you? What hangout was this? You know, what happened?" And he'll go, "Oh, well, it was, He'll start being very hesitant to be very specific about things. Anytime he makes a statement like that, just ask him, give like a rough time or a person who can substantiate it, and you'll watch him.
Well, that kind of reminds me of Sean, because I mean, all the latest things about. Let's catch up with Sean real quick, because Jay had pointed something out to me. It's fucking hilarious.
Captain Lazy Eye.
What? I didn't know if he had a lady eye. Sean?
Yeah. Sean, the guy who claims he was also a nuke.
Yeah. Not only that, right? And again, I'm really kind of, again, I know he went to nuke school. I have no doubt he did, but I don't even know if he graduated at this point because he's just so far fucking gone from reality. But he actually claims now to have been a biological teacher. He claims to have taught physics, biology, and had a degree in physics, which he didn't. When I pointed out to him that his degree would have been in nuclear technologies from Excelsior College, because I've already looked into it, because that's the college he said he had got his degree from. I'm like, that's a nuclear technologies, and they have an AS version too, and they do have. I found out somebody asked me the other day, is a BS? I'm like, yeah, they have a BS, but I found out they actually, I think, do have a AS version of something similar. But he says he taught this stuff. This is like him saying, oh, I have peer review papers in nuke school. No, you didn't. No, that's not what peer review paper means. Oh yeah, he was a scientist. Yeah, he said in one of his quotes that Jade pointed out. I don't know who it was to, but he said, as a retired scientist. Really? Really, Sean? You're a retired fucking scientist. What lab did you work at, motherfucker? I mean, the audacity of these people. I'm a retired scientist. You're not retired of anything. You're not a scientist. You've never been a scientist. You were a nuke. Yes, a nuke is hard. I'm not going to question that. It's the top 1% of any military in the world, academically speaking. I get this. But that doesn't make you a fucking scientist. The scientists are the ones that designed the reactors. We only understand the theory. We understand how to operate them. The reactor physicists, the nuclear physicists, they designed this shit. Okay? There's no way fucking Sean could design anything about a nuclear reactor. He doesn't understand reactor kinematics that well. I quizzed him on basic stuff. He doesn't remember anything. And I thought I didn't, but I was like, holy fuck. I remember more than he did. And I've been out longer.
Did he even leave? Did he leave as an NCO, or was he still lower enlisted?
He was enlisted. I don't know what he got out
of. He was.
Said.
Oh.
You can't go NCO.
So I'm curious.
I mean, you stay NCO. You can't go warrant officer. You can't go to officer as a nuke. That I'm aware. Okay.
No, I don't.
There is an officer nuke program. The only difference between the officer nuke program, which is a little bit more intense, they do get a lot more into the heavy versions of calculus and reactor physics. They do get it's a little bit longer course for them.
But they should already have at least a bachelor's.
They do.
In related field.
Yeah, they have to have a bachelor's degree. So they do know a little bit more. I get that. But they're the ones that actually, plan out the logistics, right? If something wrong with the reactor, they have to actually know enough about it to make emergency repair procedures, and then we follow them out, right? But they do have to know more. I'm not going to deny that. Officers do have to know more than the enlisted.
Yeah,
but it's not as much as you think. It's really just more mathematics they have to learn. But they are, again, we learned the more of a graphical based calculus version. They learn more of the analytical calculus. Conceptually, they are the same thing, but how you actually do the calc is different. But I just think it's funny that Sean and Tommy and all these guys, C. Brown, they always exaggerate their positions. They exaggerate their education. They exaggerate their effect in the community. Oh, I've dismantled atheism. I've dismantled the abiogenesis. I've dismantled evolution. It's like they're so haughty about what they've done, and yet why aren't they famous? Where's the recognition for their work? It's just like they're tilting at windmills.
I think when Tommy does it, he does it just to get a rise out of people. I think he said that too, that he purposely, just kind of trolls just to, and I understand that as someone who's trolled for many years, I got that. But when some of these other guys say that, I think C. Brown has said something, akin to that. It's like, you barely understand how basic chemical reactions work, but yet you dismantled like several fields within, modern science. Like I'm missing that, but I can't even laugh at that because just from a logical standpoint, I was pointing out that many of his contentions to modern science have to do with his just kind of naturalistic, and I accept it. And when I point out that, look, you're obviously making several arguments for incredulity. Oh, I don't agree with that. I think that should be, what do you say? Oh, I think that should be stricken from the record. Like he thinks that he has said that arguments from incredulity should not be a thing. Like he thinks that should be a completely acceptable retort to scientific assertions. No matter how much, how much evidence they have to support them, it doesn't matter. Well, if you personally don't believe it. Yeah.
That's their positions, right? Because I can understand him arguing for that. I think it's, absolutely asinine. But it is because, he doesn't know a lot of things, and therefore the only argumentation that he has is from incredulity, right? And so he doesn't understand why that is a fallacy, because he may not know about something, other people may know, right? So there's a lot of things obviously a lot of things like CRISPR knows about a specific thing in biology that C. Brown's not going to be aware of. He's not going to be privy to that information. So his argument for incredulity doesn't stand.
And what makes it really tricky is that to understand that idea, right, I have to be able to first explain to him a bunch of other ideas that underlie it. And then a lot of those I have to explain.
It's
and a lot of those
precept. Yeah. I mean, how far down the chain, the rabbit hole do you want to go, CRISPR? I mean, you have to go back all the way to like 6th grade stuff to get them to understand basics.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'll walk them through it if they got the time and I have the time. I'll walk them through it. But it'll take a bit, and it'll take some math. Some math will be required. You're gonna have to write some of this down because you might forget, or you could just go to college and take a biology class. Or one of the online classes from MIT. That would also do it.
But CRISPR, they already think they're up here, right? They already think they're at some level, of college level, and therefore it's insulting to them. And I hear music, by the way. I can't hear music. It's insulting to them, to think that they have to step it down a few grades. Matter of fact, I would say at least 6 or 7 with most of them. They don't think that they are at that level. They think they're at a level a lot higher than they are. That's this. You can't get around that.
Yeah, well, and I mean, they won't do anything about it. It's just they refuse to accept anything you say to them. They refuse to try to find external validation, either for their own for what they're saying or for what you're saying. And so it's just it's kind of like talking to a wall, but at the same time, C. Brown still does a better job engaging than True does. So
yes. Well, I mean, C. Brown, like I said, at least he's trying to learn the lingo. He uses it incorrectly. And as you and especially as I would point out, is like, C. Brown, you're throwing out these words, but you're conceptually not understanding the topic. And he refuses to let Isaiah explain to him why he's wrong. And every time Isaiah is pointing out to C. Brown the mistake he's made, C. Brown moves on to something else.
Well, that's why I've opted to try an alternate route. Pretend you don't know what it means and have him explain it to you.
I've done that before, and it's comical. Actually, I've actually
it's pretty that, yes. It's pretty fucking funny because G Consciousness does it and C Brown does it too. G Man not so much, but there's a pause where you go and he'll have to try to backtrack.
Yeah, it's like, you explain this to me. Go ahead, I'll listen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's something that he doesn't expect. Because he expects you to know what it is, and so he can either kind of chide you and say, "Oh well, you don't know what this is," ha 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 ha, or he can go, "Oh well, you should know what that means." So well, I'm not too familiar with it. I'm not.
Say for the sake of window, let's assume I don't. And then when they totally butcher it, you're like, well, let me correct you on that. Let me explain it to you why you're wrong.
Well, and then you have to be careful how you approach that, because I go, well, from my understanding that it's X, Y, and Z. That's how I understand this to be. And matter of fact, Professor Amruta Kurguntla, my professor taught that to me. Maybe she has it wrong. Maybe I can ask her. And maybe her instructor taught her wrong, and you're right. Like how deep you want that rabbit hole to go. But that's kind of what I'm going to try to do and see how that goes, because you can't tell C. Brown that he doesn't understand something. He doesn't respond too well to that.
Well, like the other day, I had this guy. I don't remember his name. It's on Twitter. And he tweeted something to me about can you give examples of macroevolution? And I gave him 4 examples, and I explained to him that speciation is macroevolution, blah blah. And he said, okay, well, but that's really not the issue. The issue about macroevolution is, I'm like, wait a minute, are you acknowledge that these are actually observed instances of macroevolution? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He's like, well, no, because that's not really the issue. I'm like, your tweet was, give examples of macroevolution. I do so, and now you're saying, that's not really the issue. That's called moving the goalpost.
Yep, the goalpost move clear across the field, and then it's kind of what C. Brown does in a way. But he starts off with a few so that he can jump back and forth between them when he sees that the conversation isn't going the direction that he wants it to go in. And I think it's pretty clever that on the onset he says, well, I had these topics to begin with, so I'm not necessarily moving the goalpost. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll have to remember that.
And that's why when I respond to him, I respond line by line on his posts, which he really quickly gets annoyed with because it ends up, these posts end up being really long because I'm responding to everything he says, but it sort of leaves him nowhere to run.
Yeah, that's something I actually do on Facebook more often than not, because and that's the thing that really gets me. If people are upset that you are making it, really long, and that it's getting to the point of just insanity, well then have one point and stick to it. Like right. It's an easy way to remedy that.
And that's why I tell people, keep it turd with me. Keep it succinct. I don't have the patience to read a novel because I get 100 notifications a day. Because that's what happens, right? I mean, I will in depth go through line by line, and I'm like, this is just getting to be bloated at this point. It's away from the central topic. So I really like when people have something that they send to me. It's a paragraph, right? Maybe 2 at the most. But when they mail me something that's 5, 6, 7, 8 paragraphs long, like Humber used to do, I'm like, I don't have time or the patience to go through this line by line. I could. And CRISPR does do that. I've read his responses. He does go through each thing, and he explains to C. Brown why it's wrong. I won't do that with everybody because it would be overwhelming.
Yeah, I think some people do it, and I think Neffy intentionally used to do it in verbal form, just to kind of shut people out. Like not too many people are going to respond either in text or to this long drawn out fucking monologue. So it's like, well, am I having a conversation with someone, or am I just listening to someone blather on or type on? You
just have to keep them focused. You have to keep them focused on one point, and that's when they lose it, right? Because if they can't gish gallop all over the place, they don't really want to have the conversation.
Yeah, that's one thing Neffy definitely doesn't like, because I think there's a few people he's challenged to debates, but then when they say, well, we're going to stick on one topic and have it kind of like somewhat structured, he doesn't want to do it.
Right.
Because he knows he can't get it out.
Do you remember what I told him? I said, okay, fine, I'll debate you. This was a long time ago. I like, as long as you use scientific sources and scientific definitions.
Yeah, and he wouldn't do it. Yeah,
do it.
I do remember that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, part of the issue is if you try to keep them on one topic, right? They're not going to accept whatever you say to them, and so you just keep saying, "Look, I said this to you. Do you accept it?" And they can't answer yes or no, and so they just keep running away from it, and you keep trying to drag them back, and it doesn't go anywhere. So,
well, that's why I don't know. These guys.
I don't know what to do there.
Boring. Yeah. I'm not a debater. I don't want to debate. It's called the Great Debate Community, but that doesn't mean I have to actually be one of the people to debate. I'll discuss. Anybody can come in here and discuss, but they don't do it, right? Again, they won't come into my channel. But speaking of people...
Well, that's one thing that...
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that's one thing that Antonio and Matthew suggested, is that me, Sam, or Fiona debate true. And that's when Sam started laughing and said, look, people who are in the field or have degrees in it have tried to talk to him, but he doesn't want to behave himself. Like there's nothing to be gained from the person who's actually done the legwork to talk to true. Right. Because he's not done the legwork himself and he can't behave himself.
Right. Yeah, he has not demonstrated he can actually have a conversation with any of these people. And worse is, why couldn't he in here? Fiona, Sam, you, all these people have been in this channel many, many times. He can come in and talk to them. I'll sit down. If he said, I'll come in, but I don't want to say anything to Steve, I'll be like, I'll shut my fucking shit up. Go ahead. I mean, I don't think he would, because before he's like, well, I want to come in and talk to Steve on his channel, but Steve says he won't one-on-one with me. I'm like, well, I will have a conversation with you one-on-one like I always do with everybody, but I'm not going to sit there and tell everybody, they can't engage with you. That's what he wants. I'm like, no, fuck off, But he's more than welcome to come in here. He just won't. He's scared to death. He's like a little child. Oh, I have to be in my safe space with a bunch of people that tell me how great I am. No.
That's where he has mod controls, because if he has mod controls, then he can silence opposition.
People that tell me how great I am.
That's why he'll stay on G-Man's channel or Matthew or Antonio's channel.
That's a big thing.
That's why I'd love to see a public exchange where there's no mod controls.
Well, where? I've been in his room. I've gone after True, and here's why I stopped going in there. Besides the fact I get muted, lowered volume, and ejected, is that every time I was about to nail his ass against the wall, and he knows it, that's when he's like, oh, I don't want to talk about this anymore, and moved on to something else. Oh no, we're moving on. Fuck you. You guys notice that? He's done that multiple times with people.
I stopped listening to his thing. I've been listening to Wayne Fillmore's hangouts when I get the chance, because he starts them up at weird times, but I've been trying to catch some of them.
I haven't. I tried listening to that Ronnie hangout, bits and pieces. I just couldn't do it. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm like you. I'm not really listening to anything that Ronnie is. If somebody points something out, I'll go to it. But other than that, I just don't have a desire to listen to his channel.
Yeah, that last hangout, that last thing he did was really bad. It was bad on the science, bad on everything. It's like, wow, these are still the same arguments that are being made.
That's what I got.
Been past this.
I mean, he's back last year stuff. I mean, there's nothing new there. He still doesn't understand abiogenesis, and will never understand it. He doesn't understand that. He doesn't even understand that creationism is a form of abiogenesis.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. It's like life from nothing. Boom, there it is.
Is this true criticism you guys are talking about?
Yeah, it's funny. Lamet student says he ran away because he knows he's capable of taking an exam in STEM. It's so funny, is I actually watched a show the other day and they were having a STEM fair, and I was like, man, that'd been awesome to be in one of those STEM fairs. And if you guys haven't watched this show, if you guys want to watch a cool show that you have may not have heard of, by the way, Drag, I have to mute you. It's just it's loud in my ear. There's a TV. There's a great show. I mean, I love this show. It's called The Librarians. It's kind of like exactly if you took Doctor Who and mixed it with the Warehouse 13. So it's Doctor Who meets Warehouse 13. I mean, literally, that's what they did. They slammed these shows together, and then came up for Librarians. Now, there's 3 movies prior to these series. There's 3 seasons of the series so far. You have to really kind of see the movies to understand the series. But it's with Rebecca Romaine Stamos, or Rebecca Romaine, and the original ones were with Noah Wiley, who's in the series as well. But if you guys like Doctor Who and you like Warehouse 13, go watch The Librarians. It's fucking brilliant, man. It's a great.
Isn't it kind of like National Treasure? Like the movie National Treasure with Nicolas Cage?
It's sort of. Yeah, it's like it's all those combined, but it's more obviously tailored around magic, and it has a thread, it has an arc, and he is a lot like Doctor Who. As a matter of fact, even the music reminds me of Doctor Who in some parts. So. But it has an over arch, like from the first pilot episode to the end of the season, which I just finished season 1. I'm starting season 2 later. There's an arch that goes from beginning to end and makes sense. It's like, fuck, okay, they tied this together brilliantly. So, if you guys haven't seen a show and you like to binge watch like I do, go watch The Librarians. It's really good. But watch the movies first, the 3 movies.
It's on Netflix?
It's on TNT. It's on Netflix, yeah. I guess, yeah.
I think it's on Hulu as well, because I think I remember looking it up.
What?
I think it's on Hulu as well.
Yeah, but I don't think it's free on Hulu. Is it? It may be. But you can find it on CouchTuner or Putlocker or anything like that. I didn't think I was going to like the series as much as the movies. I really like the movies, but I tell you, the series is even better. The series got really, really good. And a couple other series we may have watched. I'm watching Humans, was really good. Westworld, really good. The other one that I'm waiting. Oh, The Magicians, really good. That comes back this month too, season 2. But if you haven't seen The Magicians, that's really fucking good. There's my TV things for the day. Hey, what's up, buddy? That came out. My buddy lived. Oh, and Heavy, I didn't say hi to you, and Pseudo, I didn't say hi to you, so hi. And I didn't say hi to General. Fuck you all. Whatever.
Oh, I love you, Steve.
I know. It's tricky.
What's up, Steve?
Hey, General, I've noticed that you haven't really been over on any of their hangouts recently, and I'm kind of proud of you. They're not really getting the attention that they got last year, and I find it to be very funny myself.
You're referring to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I gave that plea. You heard me last time, the building the bridge stuff.
Oh yeah.
So since they threw it in my face, and since
which they did,
it's become even worse, like between you guys and them. I've just gone. No, these guys they don't deserve my attention. So I've decided not to go.
I'm proud of you. No,
I have to be honest.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I that's why I just can't watch their stuff. I mean, I'll pop over for a second to see how many people are watching. And what do you have here? I think he had like 8 people watching his last one. That was the highest I saw. Maybe it got a little higher, but I mean, I got like 45 people watching now. And I love all my listeners. I love the people that come in.
45 people watching this?
45.
I'm sitting here playing World of Warcraft and talking to you guys. I'm just bullshitting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But I typically get it. I mean, lowest is 20, right? And maybe late at night I'll drop down because I lose the American audience at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But no, about this time, I mean, I usually get about 30 to 50 on the average, and everybody's welcome to come in. That's what they know. They may like to sit in the live feed and chat. I get that. I understand that, but they know that any time they want to pop in, it's an open channel for them. Nobody's turned away except for people that I can't have around. That's the biggest thing. I want people to be able to come in and say, okay, let's, I want to change the subject and talk about this. Okay. As long as it's, there's nothing majorly going on. You can't like try to change the subject in the middle of a good conversation, but I want this channel to be open. I want to have people run arguments, and any of the Clown Car Posse are still welcome to come over here, but I'm not going to go out of my way to listen to their shit.
Hey, Han Solo, General Han Solo, I want to ask you a question. It seems like your positions, even biblically, are really rejected by them because they really your interpretation. And I think kind of over here in these particular rooms too, you have a lot of disagreement. What makes you hold your position? Because, usually on one side you'd have some agreement, but it seems like on both sides we reject the ideas that you put forth. Not to say they're not valid, it's just, what makes you hold on to them?
Peer-reviewed scholarship. So I uploaded a video by Michael Heiser, an engineering scholar, whom appealed, ironically, to a young creationist, Todd Wood, where Todd Wood gave a rant on his blog saying that even though he has a biased position because of his reading of the Bible, his interpretation, that at the end of the day, naturalistically speaking, evolution is a fact. And it's a well-grounded, predictable theory, scientific theory. And for folk to dismiss it as satanic and, there's a conspiracy behind it and all that. He's speaking of the fundamental Christians. So my position on my model, my creation model, is appealing to a certain perspective of Genesis 1, which I would argue is well grounded in scholarship, and obviously natural history. I mean, you guys can't disagree with because the natural history I propose is exactly the same as how Steve McRae would propose it.
Well, I do have an objection to what you're saying, because I think even in your interpretation, you've grounded in saying that it's science and your interpretation of biblical truth are aligned at this moment in time, and this is proof that these ideas could be true or even may be true. And just 80 years ago, scientific truths that we know today we didn't have. We didn't understand the expanding universe. 200 years ago, we're talking about maybe, people, the geocentric model still being, pouted about. And then you're talking about thousands of years ago, the earth was flat. It's like, during all those times, it seemed the Bible has changed to adopt the new truth that science puts forth. And now we're at the truth now where science is saying this. But because science is provisional, it can change. So are you saying that that your interpretation will also change when science changes?
I would say the models have been improving. And there are instances in the scriptures that confuse the ancients. So my favorite example is the birds coming out of the oceans in Genesis 1 verse 20. And you have, and I keep bringing this up, and Steve McRae knows about this, that Saint Basil asked the question, how on earth do the fish become birds? And then he says, well, I gather there's a common derivative between species of fish and bird, but I can't explain it. So that's 4th century. He's reading the text. With the best science of the day, they didn't have any concept of evolution. Yet the text speaks of the earth producing these species. And so then fast forward 1,500 years, and then finally we have evolution to explain it. So
are you saying they were wrong then, but it's right now?
I wouldn't use the word wrong. I think it's more to do with the model being incomplete. So we are more closer to a completed model today than they were back then. So geocentrism mathematically is actually a very consistent model. You can do ship navigation within a geocentric context. But if your frame of reference was, say, with respect to the moon, well, obviously now you need a heliocentric model to explain how to navigate in that context. So the models were they were limited in comparison to the models we have today. They were like in the infant stages, and now they've become more and more sophisticated. More data has been added to it.
So in 100 years from now, when we change our thinking and our models change to something else, because this is not the apex, it's provisional truth. If these changes are made, are you saying those changes are already in the Bible today? Because just like those future people could find some difference, or that evolution may not be true, just like 100 years ago, they couldn't even conceive of it. Like there are other truths out there that we have just not discovered. So are you saying that those truths are in there now when we just don't know? Because then I would ask, how do you know you're reading it right now then?
That's the interesting thing. I mean, the more and don't forget, I've been a Christian for I've only been a Christian for 8 years now. So I've always thought that, even back 4 years ago, I was thinking to myself, wow, I think I've understood the Bible completely, and there's nothing more to learn. 4 years later, I'm shocked to know that my knowledge has increased tenfold, and I won't doubt it will increase another tenfold, both from the biblical understanding and science as well. So with respect to science as a naturalistic explanation of the universe, we've started to slow down in our explanation of the cosmos. We've come as far as to explain or to discover the Higgs boson, for example. That is a huge achievement. It's sort of like now we're hitting the brick wall as to, okay, now what else is to discover? Yes, we have exponentially increased in our model and in our explanation, but now that it's like as if you're reaching the upper limit, it's like, okay, now it's sort of leveling off. What else is there? And yes, there are questions in astrophysics with respect to dark matter and dark energy, but again, we're sort of tapering off with respect to our knowledge of what's out there. But who knows? There could be another discovery that could be quite remarkable.
Well, the only reason why I'm asking is because if you're telling me that you're interpreting it in this particular way that's right for today, but then admittedly that can be changed at any moment by our discoveries in science. Like just imagine less than 100 years ago, there weren't even planes, breast. And I think we're progressing to a point where 500 years from now, everything we know about science can be totally blown away. We can have totally new truths. We can have a deeper understanding of what the universe is and how it's modeled. And it could be, and we know that they could be wrong. And what I'm saying is that those truths 500 years ago, if I went to a time machine with 500 years in the future, they could be totally different truths that we know right then that's different. And we expect that. And I'm asking you, are those truths in the Bible that you read today? Because if they are, then what you're telling me is that what you're reading, you're not reading it correctly, because that shouldn't be. They should all be the same. If you're telling me that you're reading something different today than we'll read it in 500 years, then how can I trust your interpretation of what you're telling me today? Because admittedly, you're saying in 500 years it could be different based on what we learn.
No, I think
My question to you would be, what would you predict 500 years from now that would contradict the Bible? Because all I'm doing as of right now is giving, with the best amount of data, so cutting edge information and data that's been discovered by scientists and theologians. So far they fit. So. And the weird thing is that they fit throughout the centuries. So it's to do with perspective and data with respect to the model. So a geocentric model, yeah, you have passages in the Bible that speak in a very geocentric context. But then there are specific passages, in this case Genesis 1, associated specifically with natural history, and yet the chronology fits. So now, what about, for example, the end of the universe? The latest models, like the ekpyrotic Big Bang model, showcases the universe curling up into a fiery implosion. Well, you do have eschatological texts that speak of the universe rolling up like a scroll in such a manner. But notice that what mathematical propositions 500 years from now would contradict that, because the models we're running right now are perfectly consistent with natural law, like relativity. It would contradict nature if relativity was shown to be false 500 years from now. It just doesn't work.
You guys are having an amazing conversation. I am not surprised. You guys always talk real stuff. Multiple, if I could, I'm willing to put my head on the chopping block and be even way more controversial. I'll advance this. Everything you read from Genesis to Revelation, in my view, is almost like a psych profile of God Almighty. Now, the overarching thing is, he says himself, I am not man that I would lie. Whether it's 500 years from now, God help us, 5,000 years from now, his word should not change. If it did, then it negates everything. And for the record,
I'm actually more in alignment in your view.
When they go to Isaiah chapter 40, I mean, there were people in, those backward, ancient, biblical people who were told that the world is round. Millennia before Columbus. Isaiah speaks to this. I think it's chapter 40, I want to believe.
Yeah, 40 was 22, yeah. Which, again, now actually, that's a good verse to give multiple, an example of what I'm getting at. So, if we were living at the time of Isaiah, when you read chapter 40, verse 22. I think it's verse 20, actually. I need to go check. But anyway, it's in that chapter.
You can Google it.
It says that God is over the disk of the earth. Now, the Hebrew word disk can mean a flat, circular disk. So you have a flat earth, it's circular. And then it mentions that the expanse, the atmosphere, the sky, is like a tent that literally moves in an expanding manner. So think of it like
the expansion of the cosmos.
Well, here's the interesting thing about that verse. So in Isaiah, God's saying, "Look," and you can look at iconography as well, where you see the deity literally seated on top of the solid dome that covers the earth, and it's just a theological position to say, look, Yahweh is the one who sits on the dome with his divine counsel, not Baal, not these other gods. Yet it's the text, and here's the weird thing about the text says that the expanse is continually expanding. The expanse in this sense is the sky. And then it says, not
would
just
Isaiah
sky,
interpret it this way? Would Isaiah had interpreted it this way?
Well, here's the interesting thing about what you're asking. So it says that the expanse has already been expanded, and then in the call perfect form it says, and it continues to expand. Isaiah, don't forget, is a prophet who they didn't actually pick up on these nitty-gritty details. But yet, within the same Hebrew grammar and in the same Hebrew text, if we look at Big Bang cosmology, yes, the universe has had a hyperinflation, and now it's in its accelerating mode, where the universe is starting to expand. Now,
hold on. I have to stop you here, because if you're saying that back then Isaiah, if we had a time machine and went and got Isaiah and brought him to today, you're saying that he inherently kind of already knew everything we know today from back then. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm not arguing that. No. I'm saying.
See, because what I'm saying is that let's hold on. Let's to illustrate my point. I may not be illustrating my objection well. What I'm saying, the first person who read the Bible, and it may not have been a person, it may have been a group of people, whatever, but those people who read the Bible, you're saying that the scientific truths that we know today were there. That first group of people who read it, are you saying that they read it and understood everything from, that we know today? Because if they're already in it, because if they didn't, if they were wrong, then how can we trust their interpretation and then all the interpretations that follow theirs? Because you're saying that back then they had to know Einstein's equations. They had to understand. They had to understand all that.
I'm not saying that. No. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, okay, I'll give you, how did for example, how did the Qumran community understand this text? So when you look at the commentaries in the Qumran community, they would say things like, I thought it's a solid dome, meaning it's fixed, it doesn't expand, it's a set thing. But look, the text, and I'm not kidding, this is what they would say, the text speaks of the expanse continually expanding. So then they come up with this thing called the principle of plenitude, where they conjectured that if Yahweh is such a big creator God, and look, even the expanse is expanding, that means there could be other worlds and other life, and hence principle of plenitude, where this thought comes from. Aristotle also had the same concept. Now, they didn't think of general relativity, they didn't think of Big Bang, they didn't think of the expanding universe, but they did note that the text does mention a past tense expansion and then a continued present tense expanding of the cosmos. So they would think, okay, cosmos is expanding, that means it's growing, Well, if an organism grows, that means it generates life. So therefore, they would think of the cosmos as a generating thing that would generate other worlds. So the point is that they noticed the text saying this. Now, in the 21st century, I can look at the same text, note the exact same grammatical arguments that they discovered, and then I can apply it in a Big Bang context. That, yeah, hyperinflation, and then there's an ever-increasing expansion of the universe.
Well, to me, like I will tell you that in not even okay, my view, but anybody who claims to subscribe to God, God is not ambiguous with his prophets. With all those who had revelations directly to them, whether it was from him directly or an angel, one of his emissaries or something sent, there was no ambiguity. The few occasions in the ancient texts where there were masses of people that seen some event, only in those instances was there possibly ambiguity, to the point where even people who don't believe read it today and say, how could these people not have understood back then? And I'm specifically talking about the hundreds of thousands or however many it was that were at the Mount with Moses, when there was audible, visual revelations to the whole lot of them. I'm talking about those who were here when Jesus was walking around, all of those people who've seen him. Even though they were there, he even highlighted where he started using more metaphors, and he started literally veiling certain things from certain people, like what he called the vipers. But I don't think there was no ambiguity. Like there was, they may not have understood what an iPhone is or what Einstein was talking about, but the things that were revealed to them were crystal clear. It don't get more crystal clear, at least for those who believe in God. And definitely for those people back then, I believe it's true. But even if you perhaps say it could have been true, there's no ambiguity. Like they were not, they weren't playing the type of games that we try to do to calm ourselves down today at all. In fact, what God said about our times, the times when there wouldn't be, all of these acts of divinity, so to speak, is he said that actually, in a sense, we're more blessed, because he said, blessed are those who have heard and seen, but more blessed would be those who have not heard. They only have the ancient text to go by, this ancient old book to go by, while we have Google and everything else. Everybody's not a moron. Some people are making a calculation here that life goes on once your breath leaves your body. And to those who say they're morons, okay, perhaps, but if you just think like a gambler, you just think like you're in Vegas, cost-benefit analysis, right? So if one side is wrong, what's the consequences? That's all that really needs to be considered. Ultimately, it comes down to that. And I understand why that causes...
Isn't that's Pascal's
anger.
wager, if you know. Isn't that Pascal's wager? That
I have
argument?
no idea what you're talking about.
Well, no,
I'm not being sarcastic, like I don't know.
It's an argument that, like, what do you have to lose? It's, if the Bible isn't true, the alternative is that horrible that you should just believe this anyway.
Well, but
safe bet. It's like
when you present
just
it
believe
that
this.
when you present it like that on its face, yes, that's what it is. However, when presented like that, tone is critical. And here's where sentiment and that emotional intelligence concept that Aristotle touched on becomes all important. Because if you say it like that in a very, like the way it usually comes off, and it usually comes off by someone who, A, doesn't really believe in God, B, doesn't really know the word, and C, they're more interested in tussling with everybody to try to, fix whatever ego problems they have or whatever, than actually conveying the message. And the bottom line is this. You're right when you put it that way. It is that way, but tone is everything. And the way that tone is softened to the point where a person can hear it without it sounding like daggers or darts being thrown at them, is you say, look, everyone can believe as they will. However, and this is actually in the ancient text, you're supposed to have an answer for those who ask you why you believe. If someone is to ask you, or a believer, why they ascribe to this, you don't have to go into the weeds of trying to prove this, that, and the other. You merely can state that fact that, hey, I was raised to believe, or I found my way into believing. And we spoke before, you know, I used to curse God when I was a kid. But you say basically, it's a risk-benefit analysis. Like, it's like ascribing to this, I don't lose anything. I actually gain several points of nobility, several virtues if you can master it. And if it's true and I oppose it, well, then, you know, it is what it is. Like the rich man in the Lazarus story. They find out instantly, as soon as you're 10 toes up. Ain't no sleeping in thousands of years later, immediately. So, when it's put that way, that's the position of someone like me. Cost-benefit analysis because I believe. And because I'm afraid. Like, because of my own guilt. Like, I know me. I know the things I've done. So, you know, that works for me. But if I was to tell you that, someone who I know doesn't believe, and I verse it to you like that, like, hey, you need to believe anyway, because if you don't, then you're going to burn, and da-da-da-da. On its face, this may be what it's all about. But even in the ancient texts, it tells you that approaching someone with that sentiment, what it calls spirit, is wrong. Completely wrong. It's almost like you're relishing in the idea of non-believers burning in hell. God doesn't even relish in the idea of non-believers burning in hell. So how can you, and then with a straight face, say you're concerned about their welfare or something like this? So you just got to know who you're talking to, man.
Well,
know what they're really
hold on. Well, hold on. Can I respond? Can I respond to all that? You presented an argument, and the argument, I think I was bringing an objection to the argument that you're presenting. You're saying here's something that this is a reason why you should believe those are like virtually your words. You're explaining to us that this is one of the reasons why we should believe. And I was evaluating what you had put forward.
One of the reasons why I believe.
If you feel that in some way that it was disrespectful to challenge those ideas, you've come to a public square where we're sharing ideas and trying to understand the world as we go forward.
There's no way you could interpret me. I wasn't disrespected, but stop right there.
No.
I wasn't.
I'm just saying because your arguments seem to imply some disrespect or some feeling about this, and I was just raising an objection to what you had said.
This is what I'm talking about with sentiment, because one, I didn't make an argument, and two, I wasn't saying this as someone. I was exposing things about myself. How I see it.
You were.
A sentiment can make you hear what you don't really.
You went on for a while, but this is, I just want to just get this out. It's I'm trying to understand why people believe what they believe. That this is my own personal view. And if you believe what you believe, and I feel that those reasons are justified, I would believe that too. But now if I can't question the reasons why you say that this is true, if I'm supposed to just believe it blindly, then that is not truly belief, because you can't be forced to believe something. I can't be, if right now, if I told you something that was incredible,
well,
I'm talking to you from the moon, if I'm talking to you from the moon, if I'm telling you I'm talking to you from the moon, that is something that's hard to believe. But if I told you I'm in my house in New York, then that's something most people, that's something common. We all believe, it's easier to believe. And you're giving me a claim, you're giving me a claim that there is a God. And I'm saying that, yes, if there may be a God, you may be correct, but provide me sound argument and evidence to help me reach the point where you say you know. But if you're telling me that you're telling me that's God, that God exists, and now you tell me that I should believe because the alternative is better. I could get hell. And then when I challenge that by saying that that's just a risk-benefit analysis, then it's a 10-minute
Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is a perfect illustration.
What I'm trying to understand.
I understand. But this is a perfect illustration of what I mean by sentiment. And I see it more and more since I started thinking about it a couple weeks ago. Sentiment completely throws another dynamic into any communication. Now, you can rewind this back a couple of seconds, couple of minutes, or whatever, and you'll see I made no such implication of you. Like, I didn't say you should believe because of X, or you. I said several times, I tried to even cut you off, not to be disrespectful, but because I knew where you were going. I was trying to remind you, that's not even what I said. Like, everything you said, I'm not saying it's invalid. I'm just saying it's not applicable to anything that I said. I'm not saying it's invalid. You raise reasonable points. We're all reasonable people. No one's here to, be a little kid or anything like this. You raise reasonable points. I'm just saying that didn't speak to anything that I said. That's all. Like, when I say how I see it and why I believe, that's me. And I specifically reference the ancient text, which so-called every believer should be referencing first. The ancient text specifically said you have an answer for those who ask you. It's not telling you to go around and beat people in the head. Usually those who do that, even in the stories of the ancient text, they're all hypocrites, vipers. And most of the so-called Christians, Catholics, Jewish, whoever theist you're talking to, or you've been around, when you're dealing with the imposters, which is the majority, then I can understand why that sentiment jumps out. As soon as you even hear
then
a
I
line
apologize.
of response, you have no need to apologize, champ.
Because I thought you were saying something different. I apologize.
And I'm trying to explain to you why that is.
To what you had said.
I understand that you thought that. What I'm trying to explain to you via exposing my experience, your response is beyond typical. In fact, it's like the newest craze, like the Macarena in the 90s or something. Like it's like, this is what they all do. Intelligent, reasonable, sound people with command of the English language. People who understand diction, people who understand it so much that if they wanted to be pricks and play semantics, they'd be pros at it. People who understand this will nonetheless hear what I said. And it's like they didn't hear it. And the reason for that is, it's nothing negative on your part or on those who are like you, who are genuinely trying to understand, genuinely trying to have a conversation. What it is they have so many encounters with the imposters, the scumbags, the vipers, that as soon as any of these topics are even mentioned by someone who they deem as this is a believer, then suddenly they start hearing shit that you didn't say. They start seeing things that you didn't show. They start perceiving an entire different reality. And as full-grown adults, anybody who's been in love or severely pissed off or you hate a person, you understand how sentiment can do that. That's all I meant.
Yeah, here's another thing. Sometimes I think what people forget is that, like you had the Pascal's wager, which y'all talked about. It's like I cannot make myself believe in something that I am not convinced of. Right. I can be given all kinds of evidence, all this stuff, testimony, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if I'm not convinced, I'm not going to believe in a thing. And I can't make myself believe
with
in
all
it.
due respect.
See, this is where a lot of people fall down on, because if I say,
if you're convinced, if you're convinced, you don't have belief. With all due respect, you can't say I won't believe something until I'm convinced of it. That means you have knowledge of it when you're convinced, right? But if you're convinced of something, you really don't have.
Maybe I'm using the words different
believe,
from what you're understanding.
Knowledge is a subset of belief, but it seems odd to say, well, I'm not going to believe in God until I have for a certain certitude that God exists. But at that point, it isn't a belief. It isn't just belief. It's knowledge at that point, right? To believe in something means you don't have a certain degree of knowledge level, right? So, I mean, you can't say, well, I can't believe in God until I'm certain God exists, because then it would be knowledge at that point.
Well, I can't believe in a God if I don't mean it.
What do you mean?
If I say I believe in God, but I don't really believe it, what good is it?
Yeah, how can you force belief? How can someone believe something that they don't believe?
Well, you can't.
I'm trying to understand your position, Steve, because you're saying
that's not what I'm saying. That's a totally different thing. There is something called there's something called queer reasoning, and in doxastic logic, you can actually believe something you don't really believe. It's called peculiar reasoning, but that's not what we're talking about. What I'm saying is, you can't say I'm going to hold off believing in God until I'm certain God exists. But at that point, you're not having any belief. You're having knowledge, which is again a subset of belief. So there's belief involved. But to just believe something, you only have to have a reasonable over 50%, as Sam would say, like understanding that this is what I think is probably the most likely the case, right? I'm more likely thinking there's a God than not a God. So therefore, I will believe that there's a God. More likely, you don't have to be certain of it, because then you don't have belief. You don't have faith at that point, right?
All right. Well, could you believe this statement?
Probably the wording I'm using.
Well, could you believe this statement? I am talking to you from the moon. Like, is there any way that you could believe that?
Sure.
Because it's almost like making it sound like,
one sec. I'll be back.
Like right now, you can choose beliefs, and I don't think that's possible. I'm just trying to understand, how can you choose to believe in something?
Wait, are you saying how is it possible to choose to believe?
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand. It's almost like saying, like you can choose what you believe and what you don't believe, and I'm trying to
really
understand.
don't think it's possible. I think
I don't think it's possible to choose what you believe or you don't believe, because I think it's just based on your experiences.
No,
and
I don't
right
mean that.
now,
I mean like the whole concept.
No, well, I choose to maybe believe is the wrong word.
Like, could you choose to believe that God didn't exist right now? Could you choose to believe that? And really honestly believe that? Could you choose to believe that right now?
Not if you know him.
You see, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe you choose beliefs. I believe,
beliefs choose you. But given enough evidence, though, I had to go away for a second. But you said that if you give me enough evidence to believe that you're on the moon, sure, do I have to be convinced of it? No. But a belief, again, if I just have a belief in something, no atheist or theist can say, in my opinion, they have knowledge of something when it comes to God.
At all.
Right? And I mean, unless you've had a direct encounter with a deity, you don't have knowledge, right? I mean, you can't say that you have knowledge of it, because you don't. I mean, and nor does an atheist can say that God doesn't exist. I find it to be a very high burden of evidence to support that. So a theist and an atheist both have beliefs.
What's specifically alleged?
What's that, General?
Can there be enough implicit evidence? And I guess you may respond back and saying, what is enough? Where's the threshold as to this is enough implicit evidence to believe in a
Well,
God?
I mean, let's say if the skies opened up and you heard Gabriel's horn and angels came down and said, God.
We're all in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would have way more than empirical knowledge to say belief. I would be like, that to me, knowledge at that point. God exists.
No, but I think he's asking you what you need to believe, though. He's not asking you what you need to know. You're talking about being convinced.
Well, you have to believe something. You have to believe something to have knowledge. Knowledge is a subset of belief. I recognize that, right? But when we use the term believe, that to me, okay, I believe in God, but I'm not. This is hypothetical. Somebody saying I believe in God, yet I'm not certain of it, right? That is the most honest theistic position most people can have. I get tired when I hear theists say, "Well, I know God exists," because I don't think that they have the ability to know if God exists. I think that epistemic limit.
It's because you're thinking on a different wavelength.
I'm thinking that they're making a claim they cannot possibly meet the burden of justification support.
Right, but you're not understanding that they're relating to a deity that they believe exists. We believe exists, like not a thing, like an actual personality and the whole bit. This is why I keep saying, like, to me, the ancient text is like a psych profile from Genesis to Revelation. Mm-hmm. And so when you're looking at it like that, then you just look at the complexities of a human relationship and imagine them on a divine scale, which is almost impossible. But I'm saying you'll quickly find out that these little narrow parameters where everything is restricted in terms of our thinking about this, it doesn't apply no more than it would with your girlfriend or kid or anybody.
I don't know what you meant by that, but one sec. Once somebody mentions something in the life view, and they make a good point, and people have left this out. How do you know? Brought this up before. How do you know you're not being tricked? Well, I mean, if God
because
did all
that would mean God's a liar.
If God did the opening of the heavens and showed Himself and blah blah, and you say, how do you know you're not being tricked? If God is powerful enough to create us, God would be a know of a way, by showing us enough to show us that it's knowledge at that point. He would have enough sufficient knowledge to know what it would take to show us what knowledge would be of His existence.
But Steve, though, you just made fun of Heavy for doing the same thing you're doing now, because again, they just ask you, what do you need to believe? And it sounds like you really need to be convinced.
No.
The stuff you're talking about is convincing.
No.
What would you need to believe that God exists? Not to be convinced, but just to believe.
Another experience like I had years ago.
So I think for those who do know anything about the text, I think it's important to always remember all of this, that fantastical stuff it talks about in the text, such as mass revelations of divinity and all of that. All of those things were done, writing on the walls, all of these things, all of these acts of power were done. And if you just focus on the one people that it spoke about in the Old Testament, the Jewish people, you'll see none of it. Whether it was being released from captivity, saved countless time, none of it prevented any of the darkness from growing in humanity. And so essentially what God is saying throughout the whole text, He says He makes it plain for the simple and babes that there is no human being walking the earth that would be incapable of understanding His divinity. Not one. If there were such a way where a human being could be on this earth and not encounter His divinity or not understand, not be able to soften their heart and relate, if there was such a way, then God would be unjust, and that would make Him a liar. And all you have to do, especially if you're an atheist, a non-believer, is illustrate those points in which He's exactly that. I'm not saying that it would change any of us who have faith, but that's all you got to do.
Your reasoning would only 2.3 billion people are Christian. You would the rest of the human race would be we're talking about the Muslims, the Sikhs, the Buddhists, all these people who don't believe in the Christian. I think the Christian worldview. We're all going to hell together. It's just not atheists. It's everybody.
Yeah, sounds like Liv. What
you're doing? You see how passionate?
Liv, you're doing.
Whoever told you that doesn't know what they're talking about.
The 7 billion people on the earth. You're talking about the 5 billion are going to hell.
Comes the number. Liv, now I want you to understand something. Whoever told you that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Liv, if you're gonna apply, kind of go with the Pascal wagers approach, Christianity would not be the way to go for Pascal's wager. Actually,
I just learned of this wages approach tonight. I don't even know. To me, common sense, my own. Like I'm not dependent on any of that.
Well,
and when it comes
Pascal's
to any
wagers
about
what you're actually doing though, and Pascal's wager is
so be it. But the one thing that where my heart is and where you'll see all of my comments about this topic is, I draw my base off of the things in between Genesis and Revelation. So that's what dictates my worldview on this entire issue. I could care less of
why not
anything
Quran?
else. Well, to me, I happen to look at the historical account. Like, to me, it's not just some mythological book or something. So I consider it factual. And when I look historically, I know who Abraham is, and I know how Islam came to be. And for those who don't know, again, this is why I say it's okay to have discussions, but if you don't know, then it's sort of like an illiterate trying to lecture someone on Shakespeare. You know what I mean? Like, or someone just some guy like me trying to lecture you on nuclear physics. It would be insane.
But doesn't it matter that 7 billion people, out of 7 billion people, more than half disagree with this viewpoint?
It's more than that.
It's like you're making it seem like the Muslim, the Muslim doesn't, could not say exactly what you're telling me right now.
I'll help you out.
A devout Muslim would be able to say the same thing about Christianity. Maybe even maybe a Buddhist. It's like what gives you the ability to say that what you're putting forth stands forth above your minority position stands above the rest.
Right. And really what they term it as, I'm not saying you, but really they term it as the audacity. What gives you the audacity to believe in this Christ and this God and this, that. You know, it don't take long, and you'll see that's what it is.
If you justify this, I will believe you.
You won't.
I'm asking.
Like
This is
you're not going to
serious.
believe on my. You're not going to believe on my account.
It's got to be. I'm saying if you're telling me that this is enough to make me believe, I want to hear it. This is serious stuff.
It is, again. It is nothing that I could ever say that will make anyone believe. The God of the universe himself said that his message, his understanding, was made simple and plain for the babes. Any man or woman walking the earth that tells you that they can grant you salvation, they can help you see the light, you're talking to a charlatan.
But you're saying it's easy to understand, but yet no one can tell me, and it's like these are conflicting. It's just conflicting to me.
I'll go a step beyond.
I should understand it,
I'll go a step,
but then nobody can explain it to me. It's like,
no, it's easy. I mean, what relationships are easy? Is it easy to understand any type of deep relationships or love itself? Relationships? No. You have guys who are well accomplished and women well accomplished, and that's like the crux of their life. Like they can't get it together to save themselves. Like no relationship is easy, let alone a divine one. But before you had mentioned something, you said, what about all the other people? The king himself from his own mouth spoke to that issue. And God did on several occasions, he implied it. But he said specifically, and he was talking to his apostles, the ones who were like, should we just burn everybody? Pricks like us. And he said, I have many sheep in other flocks. And granted, that may be metaphorical for some, but when he speaks of sheep, we know what he's talking about, those of us who believe. He was saying he has many of those who have never even heard of the Middle East. And he was talking about it back then when he was alive here. He was talking about the people all over earth who didn't even know what the Middle East was, let alone what a 10 Commandment anything is. God says that his law is written upon the hearts of men. That's what he says. He says basically spin the world at any given time, going anywhere, and people will understand what a softened heart we're talking about.
Maybe I'm just not understanding.
I don't want you to get upset though, because you shouldn't be upset. You know why?
No, I'm not upset. I'm just saying I'm just not understanding.
In the text, it speaks to what you're talking about.
I'm not understanding
how it says in the text.
How you're answering the point, because my point was something that's very simple. You say you have the answer, and I'm saying, okay, cool.
That
you have
the answer. Simple answer.
Give it to me. And
the answer
you're
is
saying it's so simple
says.
but then you said it was so simple that every man should be easy to understand it. But then I said, well, and then on the back end, you said that no one can really explain it to you. So then I was saying, well, I can't reconcile it. I'm trying to understand. And you spoke for about hold on. You spoke for about 3 minutes, and I was just trying to understand. My simple question was, I'm trying to. You're saying that you know something that's very convincing, that has brought you to this conclusion that this thing is true, and I'm trying to be in line with your thinking. If I tell you cars are real and things, you've experienced those things. Our brains are aligned. In this one particular point, I'm trying to understand why you've come to this conclusion, and it's like it seems to be a problem with that. It seems like you don't want to explain. Just want to help me try to understand your position even better. And it's like it's almost like you're trying to tell you're making it seem like, number one, it can't be done, but on the other side, you're making it seem like but it's so simple. I should already know. So I'm just trying to understand the position.
You're making a series of implications, allegations, damn near, that I did not say. So here's the thing. When you say that you're trying to understand and essentially I'm withholding information or stalling or bullshitting, in other words, I keep saying, when you reference my view, I keep saying you shouldn't. I said it 3 times while you were talking. I know you heard me, but you insisted upon making the point. We've talked several times, and this ain't a contentious conversation. But we've talked several times, and distinctly different. Like, I know you know that. Here's the thing. My view is my view. I'll say again, there is nothing that, especially someone like me, but certainly no man or woman walking the earth is going to bring you to God and show you the light of something if, in fact, his word means absolutely nothing to you. If you can't make a connection there, the word he spoke to this, not me or any man. He specifically said, that the things of himself, the things of God, are as foolishness to some. And to those that is as foolishness to, There is nothing that any human being is going to do about that at all. So to require a human to do that, first of all, is dishonest to say, well, no, really what it is we want a human being to help us understand. No, you don't. And you know it. And so, I mean, to me, as a believer, if you're ascribing to all of this stuff, what some would call mumbo jumbo or whatever, the bottom line is this. We're of the opinion that when you're 10 toes up, that's not the end of the story. In fact, it's the beginning. It could get a whole lot worse or glorious. If you're of that opinion, then if you're overly concerned about what people think and what views are, long before you even can stomach to research yourself in the text that he claims to be written by him, inspired by him, then, we know what we're dealing with. You, more importantly, the person, would know what they're dealing with. That would mean that the sparring, the verbal jarring and all of that, like that's more, like when it says they have their reward already. They know what they want. They got their reward.
So praise be Allah and Muhammad is his prophet.
I mean, that's a jump across the pond. I don't see how
I'm trying to
I
understand.
implied that at all.
Like, what's the difference when that person, if a Muslim was to tell me this same thing, I'm trying to understand.
You're a lawyer.
And it's like I keep trying to just understand the simple piece of it. I'm just trying to understand the simple piece of it.
You understand that will come across in the courtroom as hostile.
Maybe we just have a difference of opinion on this, and we just can't come to an agreement or even an understanding.
Multiple. This is the only conversation you and I have ever spoke on. You and I have never had any other conversation beyond this, and we've spoken on at least 3 different occasions. Never have we talked about anything other than this or it getting close to this topic, and it's never been contentious. We're clearly on opposite sides. And
I'm saying maybe. No, I don't think it's a problem. I'm saying I think maybe my objection to your position may not.
Well, you know how to frame questions. You're an attorney.
I'm not putting it out right, and it's just I don't think we've gotten.
See, I can make that mistake with someone else, but you are an orator by profession. By profession.
But that doesn't mean I can
questions and the way you
answer. Not you can connect with with all people. Some are good, some are bad. There's a spectrum of even how people communicate.
When you do your job,
what I'm just saying is that when I'm told, the only thing I'm saying is that in this conversation, it just seems that maybe we're just talking past each other, and it doesn't seem like we're going to come to a consensus.
I hear you 100%.
And I'm just saying I don't want to just nail a dead horse.
This sounds like how you always sound. I'm not surprised, taken back, nothing.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You seem a little taken back, like as if I'm saying something new.
No. No, you're not saying no. I'm just saying. No. Your position
is what you always hear from me.
Clear. Yeah, your position has always been clear. So I'm just saying maybe.
Apparently not today.
I haven't made my objections to your position just may have not put in a coherent way that makes sense.
No, you're coherent. I don't want I don't want you to go there because you are beyond well spoken. As everyone here is. I'm about the most broken or salty mouth person that I hear on Steve's platform when I get excited about something. But this particular conversation, again, is the only conversation. It's the only talking point that you and I have ever spoken on. The 3 separate occasions or more that we've spoken. And I don't think that you sound unreasonable. I understand everything you're saying perfectly. 100%. I know you know that. And look, sometimes people throw little fucking darts or whatever. This is not what I'm doing. I want you to see me when I do it. I'm not saying you throw a dart. But what I'm saying is when you're saying that someone is saying something, and several times, even as they're cutting you off, and you got to think of why they're cutting you off and why you're so insistent about maintaining it, even though they're cutting off and saying, no, that's not what I said. No, I didn't tell you to do that, but you insist. What I am saying, quite simply, it's not maliciousness on your part. That's driven by sentiment. And I know you know that. I know this is why you guys don't do it in the courtroom, right? You know.
Did my internet just cut?
I don't know. I thought I was running my mouth and everybody just muted me.
No, it just got it's one of them pauses that happen sometimes. Everybody don't say nothing.
In theater, what do they call that in theater? Pause for dramatic effect. AKA for me to get another cigarette.
I always heard it called a pregnant pause. I don't know why they call it that.
Yeah. What's going on, Heavy Man? Good to see you.
Oh, well, I'm in between this and Minecraft. But I know sometimes when I try to explain things, it don't come out quite right, like what Steve was pointing out. But for me, it boils down to I can't believe something. You know, I just can't go click. I believe, click. I don't believe.
You ain't supposed to.
Yeah,
I disagree with Steve with that too.
Yeah, and if I don't feel like it's real or anywhere near the truth for being real, I can't believe in it, because if I was going to church today and say, well, I want to join and all this stuff and be baptized and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I would be lying.
Right.
I'm not.
Come on.
Again,
so
I'm not advocating.
So even though I have been called a liar at times.
Nobody.
See, I used to be a Christian. I used to believe.
Right.
But nobody,
I know.
Nobody is a believer of anything for no reason. I mean, people have a reason why they believe a certain thing. That's my point, right? I mean,
This is that one thing I think that, at least of all my beliefs, political, ideological, whatever, all of that stuff, this is the one thing where the older I get, the less need I feel to actually defend it, because it becomes painfully and fearfully evident to me, hey, God don't need your help. Pissant, this is God Almighty we're talking about. That's a title.
I wasn't near my mic, guys. Sorry. I was eating.
He doesn't. So I have no need to, viciously defend. No need. And for those who, who are on the fence or in the other camp, but say, hey, I need proof or I need something, whatever. The God I serve, I happen to believe he knows that already. And he alone wrestles with them. It's them. They know what's in their heart. They know what they're really thinking. They know what really makes their heart filled with delight.
I think the problem is not so much the conception of God, is that a lot of people see a theist like yourself willing to use bad arguments to promote their theism. Like, for example, you don't really care much about Pascal's wager, as you hadn't heard it before, but that is a bad argument. That's what I see happening in the community.
If I was making an argument, which I wasn't.
Well, you did make an argument. You basically initially you had said something to the effect, well, you're scared of hell. You basically you believe because of the ramifications if you don't believe, more than anything else, is what you said, correct?
That's an argument? I was explaining my worldview.
Well, it's an argument for your reasoning. It's an argument why you believe the way you do, but that reason is flawed.
I assume it is synonymously so. Okay. But I didn't mean crafting an argument in the sense of, here's the way it is, and this is the way it is. Now, what's your opposing view? Let's do battle.
But on the flip
side, that wasn't my intention at all.
I get that. But on the flip side, when we listen to a lot of theists, especially over the Clan Posse, they have the worst arguments for deity I've ever heard. They fundamentally
I bet you they're not theists.
Well, they are. They claim to be theists. I mean,
Criticism,
G-Man, they all appear to be, or claim to be theists.
So did the Pharisees who put Christ on the cross.
But, I mean, we can't play this no true Christian game, right? It's like, I'm not going to sit here and differentiate between who's Christian. Well, you don't consider G-Man to be a Christian?
I believe anyone. I don't even know who G-Man is, but from some of the things that I hear you guys say, when you reference these people who are telling you they're Christian or that they fear God or believe in God or whatever, I say you're talking to people who clearly don't know anything about the ancient texts, and clearly they just want to fight and argue with you guys. Because if they did, then the things that they're telling you, or the things you're taking away from it, they just don't jive. Like they don't mesh at all.
Are young Earth creationists
the ancient text itself?
To you?
Excuse me?
Are young Earth creationists Christians?
Young creationists?
Young Earth creationists.
Yeah, like for instance, they're a perfect example. Them and the flat earthers. When have they ever come to you and said, this is biblically sound?
Well, they've tried. A few.
They don't. It's a rhetorical question.
Floyd thinks it's biblically sound. Floyd's an atheist, and he thinks flat is biblically sound.
This is called the no true Christian fallacy.
Yeah.
You know, this is like the textbook version of it.
That was my point.
I think Steve just didn't want to say it.
They can make.
There's no true Christian except what you believe is a true Christian, right? No. None of these other people are true Christians.
That's literally being coy. And for an attorney,
you just said G-Man wasn't a Christian, and all these other people weren't Christians.
Then what you have to do?
Well, they weren't Christians.
Yeah, you compared them to Pharisees.
Hold on.
Yeah, you literally just said that.
So here we go, guys. So put all that in the indictment, and let's go back. Like, that's why they got transcripts in court. I'll play it back without you even needing to rewind it. What I said was this. I started to say, I don't even know this G-Man. And before I can even do that, while Steve was still talking, I said, look, whoever these so-called people that you're talking to that are claiming to be Christians or you're taking it from them that they're Christians or whatever, they clearly don't know the ancient text. That would be the word of God.
But are they Christians?
And they're clearly more interested in fighting with you. And what I said was, they're more interested in fighting with you.
I'm not disagreeing
when you
with
want to say some type of fallacy, here's what I say. From the beginning, I said, whenever it comes to this topic, guys, here's the one thing that you'll always be to pin me to. Whenever it comes to this topic, all of my worldviews and everything that I'm going to stand on is in between Genesis and Revelations. And if it ain't there, it's not something that I'm going to advance and say, hey, I'll stand to this.
Can you be a Christian and believe in flat Earth? Is that possible?
I don't see how you could.
Okay, so any flat earther that's out there that claiming a flat Earth and claims to be Christian, you're going to say they're not Christian.
I'm going to say that they're definitely what we would call not in the spirit. They really want to be hostile. They want to fight with people like you guys. They think that's more interesting. They think
you're not
that's
living
more.
In the spirit. You're not being a Christian. Though. You're not acting the way the Christians. Christianity is supposed to have.
The people who you will bring truth to, and they will see and understand truth, like the sky being blue, the moon being where it is. The people who will tell you that that is wrong, and here's why, and you need to listen to me, this, that, and the other.
Okay, so
you already know on your own.
Young Earth creationists, their whole worldview is centered around world.
You already know, on your own, you know that person is kind of out there.
But Liv, answer the question. Answer the question, Liv. Young Earth creationists have a whole paradigm that the Earth is 7,000 years old. They believe this has to be the way it is because God.
Well, where did they get that from?
Well, hang on. It doesn't matter where they got it from. That is their Christianic belief. Now,
really?
Yes, to be Christian.
It doesn't matter where they got it from.
According to them, to be Christian.
David Koresh, anybody.
Lived. Listen to me carefully. And according to them, to be Christian, you have to be a Young Earth creationist. Now, do you accept that or not? Because then you're saying that they are not. Of course not. Okay, so they are not
what the Bible says.
So they are not Christians according to you, right?
According to the Bible.
No.
They're telling you.
I don't care what about the Bible. I'm asking about you. Do you consider Young Earth creationists Christians? Yes or no?
Okay, listen to me carefully.
No, I don't.
Because this ain't a political answer.
No, listen, I'm going to start muting you because I'm really getting annoyed here. Lived, you have, I love you, brother. I do. You're great. And I know people bitch about it. But one thing I bitch about you, not, talking a lot and stuff. But one thing I do have to say to you, you cannot not answer a yes or no question with something else, okay? You have to answer it with yes or no. When I ask you a question that is a yes or no question, you answer it with a yes or no answer. You don't go on to something else because that's not how I do working in here. So I'm going to ask again, do you, not the Bible, do you consider Young Earth creationists Christians? Yes or no? Go ahead. You have to unmute. I don't know why it's so difficult for the people to answer yes or no questions. They can answer yes or no with a follow-up.
Did I say no? I said no.
Okay, so they're not Christians. Okay.
Did I not say no? But hold on a second.
No, you didn't say no. You didn't say yes.
I said, of course not. I didn't say, of course not.
You said, of course not, according to the Bible.
Wow. And yet, from the beginning, I told you that all of my views are based on Genesis and Revelation.
Okay, but I want to know according to you, not to the Bible.
Then, I see what...
So now we're playing the no true Christian game. They're going to sit there and say, you're not
Christian. What's no true Christian? I just told you what my views are based on.
But they're saying the same thing. According to them, you are not a true Christian because you don't accept Young Creationism, and you have to be accepting of young Earth creationism in order to be a Christian. You don't accept that. Therefore, you are not a Christian.
Hell no. Hell no. It would be just like Multiple right now, who does his job when he passed the bar as having something as a higher standard than the Constitution of the United States. What I'm saying is the highest standard for me is the Bible.
I want to ask, 1 second, I want to ask.
How did we, whoa, see, this is what I mean by sentiment. How did it get hostile because I said,
it's not hostile.
I base all of my...
Oh no, I
base
heard my
all
name
of my
mentioned,
worldview. I base all of my worldview on this topic only. We've talked about many things, but on this topic only, not politics, not the military, nothing. On this, it's between Genesis and Revelations for me.
Okay, but
and yet, when I say that's my standard, it's invalid, and I'm waffling.
Okay, but according to young Earth creationists, they use the same standard, Genesis. That if you read Genesis. They do. Go ask them. They use the same standard. Genesis says literally a 7-day creation, 6 days and rest. Without accepting that, you cannot be Christian. Now we get into what's called the no true Christian fallacy.
They could say whatever they want.
You're missing the point,
the Ku Klux Klan believes they're Christian. The KKK thinks they're Christian. Okay,
right.
People can say what they want.
Right, but you're not understanding is
the Bible says what it says.
As an outside observer, all we see is a bunch of Christians wearing very different viewpoints, none of them agreeing upon everything, saying the other group is not Christian.
This is so dishonest because I'm saying that the standard is the biblical text, just like
and
the
their
multiple.
standard is the biblical text. You're saying you're wrong.
The standard for multiple is the U.S. Constitution. The standard for you would be whatever.
They're using
the
Bible.
Read the no true Scotsman fallacy. Can somebody read it?
Can I speak, please?
Sure, but Liv, we explained to Liv.
Say what you want, but that's what it is, and that's why the hostility.
Well, no, it's not hostility. It's frustration that you're really either being dishonest or you're not listening to what people are telling you. I wasn't
being dishonest. We clearly know that.
You're not listening to what people are telling you then, Lived. You're not understanding what we're
What are you telling? You're telling me that I said here's the standard. And we all know that's the standard, just like the Constitution.
And so
you're telling me that if I rely on that I'm invalid, that I'm waffling. So I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not waffling. I'm saying that according to them...
It's all right. Hey,
Lived, listen to me carefully.
I'm just bored here. It's all right.
According to young Earth creationists, you are not a true Christian because of the same standard.
That's nice.
That's the point. You get it?
That's nice.
So how do you know they're not
Why
right?
would you... So let me ask you something, Steve. If we're talking about just law itself, and someone tells you that, hey, their standard is the rule book for their job and not the Constitution, who do you think would have more credibility in a court of law?
But
the person who understands the Constitution?
Here's the difference.
There's a difference.
But the Constitution is interpreted differently across the country.
Hang on. I'm getting off. Hang on. I'm getting offline in a second because I got a little bit. Listen, how's it going? Livid. The Bible, let me put it to you, this is probably the easiest way to understand it. The Bible doesn't say anything. You have to read it and interpret it. Okay? You're reading the Bible in a certain way and understanding those words mean a certain thing. Someone else is reading the Bible in a different way and understanding them to be a different thing. The Bible doesn't speak to you.
Well, hang on.
Give me one example. Just one example. Give me just one example.
Steve's been giving you an example
of someone who is interpreting the Bible differently.
Here's why your point fails.
Steve's giving you an example about creation, about the 7-day thing.
Bob, one second.
He did not give me an example. He said that they cited.
I want to make this point, damn it! I'm muting everybody because I'm sitting here for a minute making a point, and I'm Bob. I'm sorry, but I really want to make this point. Liv, listen to me carefully. Your analogy fails for the fact that two lawyers arguing over a thing of law, still they're both lawyers. And one doesn't look at the other lawyer and says, you're not a lawyer because you're arguing this wrong. Here we have a situation, we have different Christians looking at the same Genesis, calling the other group not Christians. Do you understand that? Now go ahead.
I understand that you misunderstood completely what I said. What I said was you have one person. Whoa, can I finish? You have one person who has a rule book from their job, and you have another person who's an attorney who understands the Constitution. I didn't say two lawyers. That's what you have here. Wow, it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter that only one person passed the bar. So if I compare me,
so you're the expert. Okay, granted. Wow. So you're the expert in Christianity now. So
no, I'm not the expert.
You're the lawyer here reading the Bible,
wow.
And so your version of the Bible is higher than the young Earth creationist version. Is that what
this is where sentiment goes off the rails? Now, Steve, I respect you. So please just try to understand my. Just understand my point.
Here.
Well, then let me dig myself into a hole.
Why is your interpretation? You're saying that a lawyer has a better interpretation.
Let me dig myself into a hole.
So why is your interpretation of the Bible better than the young Earth creationist interpretation? Go ahead.
Here's the question to think about while I make this point. What interpretation did I give? That's number one. Now, here's my point. If someone understands what the Constitution is, even you, a layperson, if you have it in front of you, you Google it and you read it, and you have someone who understands just the rule book, SOPs at their job. I said, who do you think would have more credibility, more credence in a court of law?
Okay, well, Floyd is a
biblical. So what I'm saying now, here's the analogy: is this someone who is relying on what the text says, and someone who's making shit up?
Floyd, okay, Liv.
That's the analogy.
Okay, Floyd is an expert on the Bible. He's also an atheist. He actually understands the young Earth position. He actually argues that if you're going to be
good for him
Christian, that he would be a younger creationist and a flat earther. He argues that the Bible advocates flat earth, and he's a biblical expert.
I bet you he gets a chuckle out of it every day.
Okay, but he's a Bible expert. He's an atheist, right? So again, what makes you the position that you are advocating for the correct one about how you read Genesis from your own particular viewpoint? What makes you any better than any other Christian out there who has a different viewpoint?
So what makes me is one, I'm not alleging that. Two, I say again.
You are alleging that. You're the Christian.
What's in Genesis, what's in Revelation is where I'm gonna stand when it comes to this topic. And within there, it says, what it says is, one, God's not a liar. Two, he makes his information plain for the simple, for those who have ears to hear, eyes to see. Now, he also says it's foolishness to certain men, and he wasn't talking about idiots.
Okay.
So I don't really know what else to add. But we've seen something here. When I say sentiment, you just had a display.
Okay, hang on a second. So I'm going to ask Livid some questions. I don't want anyone jumping in. And then I'm going to ask Steve McRae some questions. So, by the way, is it Lived or Livid? Which one is it?
It's Julius, really.
Okay. Julius.
It is.
Now, 1 Corinthians 15, the first couple of verses says that the belief of a Christian is that you believe that Jesus died according to the scriptures, he was buried according to the scriptures, and he rose again according to the scriptures. Now, a young earth creationist and a person who's not a young earth creationist, so a Christian, not a non-young earth creationist Christian, both look at 1 Corinthians 15. They both affirm it. So apart from the creation context, so they're looking at that passage, and the New Testament makes it very clear that if you believe that Jesus died, buried, and rose again according to the scriptures, that they're Christian. Would you agree with that?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Now hold that thought.
I would remind you that so does every demon in hell. I would remind you of that first.
Okay.
There are no atheists in hell. For me, who believes in that type of thing.
In the context of Romans 6, where baptism is in the context of you want to identify with the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. You want to be part of that. So the young creationist says, I want to be part of that. So would you agree that, therefore, he's aligning himself with Jesus, and hence, therefore, he's saved?
He may be trying to, but if he reads that, then he'll see where the king said, those who come after me will baptize you with the Spirit, not with water. If he ascribes to that.
Okay.
Now, this ain't my thing. I focus on between Genesis and Revelation. None of this is my knowledge. None.
Okay, so hold that thought. Now, Steve, I'm going to flip the analogy from a biblical context to, say, science. So you studied differential equations, so you went through calculus and all that. And someone like Jason Lyle.
Very minimally, we touched on PDEs, very minimally. So I didn't study differential equations.
So
we studied calculus, but we didn't really get too much into PDEs. I'm just
giving a So here's a language that is then utilized in physics. So you went through the course, the pure mathematical course. Jason Lyle and Danny Faulkner, they are younger creationists. They obviously also went through So in fact, let's pretend you both were all in the same class, like you're going through calculus class. Then the three of you reach into the physics context. You see both are in the physics class. And then they tell you that, no, the universe is young. Now, would you say that they are being honest with the data?
No.
Even though you both have learned the exact same mathematics?
No. I would say that they're being very dishonest with the data. Because some of them, like, they'll admit that the data does, not all of them, because some of them do admit that the data does indicate an older Earth. They just say that they will have faith that God did make it young, and that we don't know certain things yet as why it appears to be old, such as like non-constant decay rates and variable speed of light models, right? So those are ones I think are wrong, but they're not fractally as wrong as somebody saying that there's no evidence for an old Earth, because those people are just fucking delusional, right? Does it make sense?
Right.
Okay. So there is different degrees even in the young Earth creationism of what constitutes why they're young Earther. If somebody is because of a fetus and they're just saying, I accept young Earth creationism because that's my belief. And I just read a blog from somebody the other day that was like that. He's like, I'm a scientist. I acknowledge that evolution exists. I acknowledge that the evolutionary model actually does. Yeah. But he's like, but I still accept a young Earth model because that's what I'm indoctrinated to do. And he was honest about it, right? I mean, I disagree with him, but at least you go, God, here's a guy that actually admits evolutionary theory is true. The Earth appears old. I get that, right? I think it's a weird position to take, but
here's the interesting thing about this analogy. So let's take Todd Wood and let's take Jason White or whoever, Danny Faulkner, whoever. The whole no true Scotsman that was mentioned earlier. Would you say that Danny Faulkner is not a true scientist, but you would say Todd Wood is a true scientist? Because at least Todd Wood is being honest with the data.
Yeah. If he's being honest with the data, I would still probably include him as a scientist. A true scientist can have their own opinion and own beliefs, but as long as they don't misrepresent the data. I can say, look, all the data indicates an old Earth, but I believe that it's young. That's their belief. That's a doxastic position. I mean, they're still applying the scientific methodology to say, okay, look, at least the evidence is showing an old Earth. I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm not fine with it, but it's at least they're resembling a scientist, right? But if for a scientist to say, hey, I reject all known science, and in lieu of my own personal beliefs, and will basically reject any information that goes against my worldview, that's not a scientist. How's that?
Okay, so I agree with that. So coming back to Julius, can there be young Earth creationists who, for the time being, like Todd Wood, they truly, earnestly believe in Jesus as their Lord and Savior?
Yes.
And yet there can be young Earth creationists who are quite plainly quite deceptive, for whatever means.
Yes, people can believe any given, host of things. I can't find, I can't tell you that that's not the case. There's got to be people like that. People, they believe whatever. I'm just telling you that if someone comes to you and they're saying they believe in this truth, and you're showing them any given proven fact, the world is not flat. The fact, if you have to prove this constantly to someone and they're telling you, no, it's wrong and it's because it's in this book and I'm a believer, this, that, and the other. If you want to say they have integrity, whatever.
Hey, gentlemen, can I give my impression of it? I don't play one second. I don't play the no true Christian game because I think that young Earth creationists are just as much Christian as old Earth. I will actually say that. I don't think young Earth creationists are not being not Christian. I just think that they're making huge conceptual errors and scientific errors. But Christianity, to me, has nothing to do with the age of the Earth. Christianity is if you accept Jesus as the Lord and Savior and that he's the Son of God and rose from the dead and blah, blah, blah. That's Christianity.
Yeah,
the rest is tertiary shit. However, I do notice...
You are never going to accept Christ and be accepting of the Prince of Peace. and you're going to hold positions that are clearly false.
Well, that's not true.
It's just not going to happen.
That's not true.
One second. One second, just quickly, Steve.
It is true. It's why the Klan, like people always cite the Klan. I say it all the time. They say they're Christian. I'm like,
Julius.
Well, they are Christians.
I'm going to throw in a wrench here. I'm going to throw in a wrench. 1 second. I'm going to throw in a wrench. That's in support of what Steve is saying. Paul the Apostle was a flat earther. If you go to Philippians, to the Carmen Christi, the song, he literally says, those in the heavens, those on earth, and those under the earth. That's a 3-tiered cosmology that you'll only find in the ancient Near East, which means it's a flat earth. Why does Paul
I don't know.
say that? If he's...
I think that Paul was talking about the heavenly realm, this plane, and, down there. With the temperature's too hot.
Based on your logic, would you say Paul is not a Christian now because he appeals to an ancient Near Eastern cosmology?
Yeah, what does a flat Earth shape? What does the shape of the Earth have to do anything about Christianity? Christianity is a theological position.
So with Paul specifically, he's a great example because he was a vicious, ruthless prosecutor. Among the first who were throwing Christians to lions.
What's the Carmen Christi? Philippians 2, is that from Paul?
I don't know. You can find out now. I'm not. I'm not online.
Yeah, Philippians 2 is an ancient Christian hymn that Paul recounts, just like 1 Corinthians 15. He says, this church, all of you, this is truths that you hold. He then, and in the hymn, it's a song. It says that those in the heavens, those on the earth, and those under the earth. That's what's known as a 3-tiered cosmology. So it's an ancient Near Eastern primitive cosmology that appeals to a flat earth, a solid dome, all that stuff.
And I think Floyd would agree with
that. If you're asking my opinion on that.
Yeah, Floyd would argue that
that's
point.
What you're asking.
And I would agree.
Then I will tell you my opinion, especially since that's the New Testament, I am going to say it's directly related to the Lazarus story. Everyone knows the Lazarus story, but there was another guy, the rich man. And you can Google it, find out for yourself, the St. Church. But I think when he said under the earth, he was talking about that, where the rich man is.
I'm not talking about the finer details of that. What I'm saying is, here's
That's
Paul
the details, though.
Showcasing or repeating that idea of the cosmos. Now, would it be logical to then conclude that, oh, look, Paul, you got it wrong, therefore you're not a Christian?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
First of all, I don't believe that is what Paul was saying.
Let's assume for argument it was lived.
I don't believe that was Paul was saying for 2 reasons.
Okay, but let's assume that it was.
One, like I said, because of what happened in the New Testament with Lazarus and the rich man. I think when he said under the earth, he was talking about where the temperature's too hot.
Yeah, that's
most importantly, Isaiah. Like, Paul was a vicious prosecutor. He was an enemy of the church, literally, and an enemy of God, literally. And we know what the account says, how he turned around. So, I know for a fact, no one's going to move into God's camp just as a believer, let alone have a divine revelation and get changed like he did. And you're going to oppose what the rest of the text says.
You have a really bad problem.
And as I said in Isaiah, the text said way back when, world is not flat.
You have a really bad problem not addressing the point being offered, though. He asked you.
I think I addressed it directly.
He asked you if Paul was a flat earther, would that no longer make him Christian? And you diverged it to something. Well, I don't think that he was a flat earther. Well, that's fine. Assume that he was, for the sake of arguendo. You missed the point. The point's going.
I don't want to argue.
You're going right.
I'm not here to be contentious. So why would I stick with a contentious viewpoint that is not true?
That's not contentious. It's called
why would I say for argument's sake? For argument's sake means just to have a fucking argument. That's not what I'm here to do.
No, for argument's sake is...
Not one time have I come on your platform to do that.
That's not what it means. For arguendo means, okay, this is a point of contention, but let's assume your position, and let's do what do they call it? Eisegesis on your position, okay? So you're basically just taking what General said, and you're evaluating it from General's point of view. That's all you're doing. You don't have to accept it for arguendo. So from General's position or any other position saying that if Paul was a flat earther or any other flat earther out there, he's just using an example for Paul, but is there any way a person could be a flat earther and not and be Christian? Because if what you're saying is if Paul was a flat earther, he could not have been Christian. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, if Paul was a flat earther, that would be the case. He would be denying.
That's all General asked you.
The rest of the text.
That's all I asked you. I mean, that's all he said.
Hey, but so
you just answered my question.
Now we're on a hangout. We're not doing preliminaries with multiples jobs. So I felt that I could explain what I meant.
Yeah, but that's all you had to say, though.
I don't understand why there's such outrage at that. What's all the? I've never even experienced this with you before, and I've been more long-winded than this, especially on questions to you about science that I don't understand.
But no,
but today
you do this often. People ask you something, and then you go in a direction that has nothing to do with the question. Now. Yeah, often. Actually, it is often.
Often.
But here's the thing: all you had to do was say that from the beginning.
Say the first you've ever made that known to me.
All you had to do was say that from the beginning. When I said, "Hey, if you're a flat earther or Paul was a flat earther, could he no longer be a Christian?" And you said, "Yeah, they would be a Christian." That's what that's all he was saying when we said.
So where do we go from here?
Assume that he was.
So where do we go from here? So what is the further point? What was the point?
Where we can go is to demonstrate that Paul is indeed a Christian, even though he had
clearly
a primitive cosmology. Yeah, I mean, for example, I'll make it even worse for Julius. Paul, deriving from medical texts in the Greek culture of the time, believed and thought that a woman's hair was part of a genitalia. And that's why women needed to cover their heads with a head covering, because the Greek word parabolion.
I've heard so many stories about that.
Is a medical Greek word associated with testicles. So the argument goes that since women don't have testicles, well, what replaces the testicle if they don't have it? Well, it's the hair on her head. Because in their thinking, a woman's hair congeals and is like a sponge. It congeals the reproductive fluid of a male.
I think that's what the Brits call hogwash. And like I said,
it's legitimate scholarship.
No, I'm saying that viewpoint. Obviously, we look at it as weird.
Now,
we look at that viewpoint now. We're like, what?
That's what they thought.
You really thought?
You believe this, right?
Yeah. So it's like to me, I look at that and I say, I've heard even more wild stuff than that. But again, this is why I say whenever this topic comes up, my views, you can always hold me to it, are going to be rooted on what's in between Genesis and Revelation.
Why can't Paul communicate?
That's the point.
So Paul is writing 2,000 years ago.
But that's the
point.
Why
can't he communicate in the tongue and the language and the cultural context of his day, albeit communicating theological truths, even though he's talking to them in their own context? Why can't he do that?
I really didn't understand the question.
He's just relating from his perspective. He thought the earth was flat, but that's because his knowledge was limited at the time, right? He believed this, right? But it didn't affect his belief in God or the faith in Christ, right? It had no relationship to each other, correct? Correct? No matter what his personal beliefs were, he could have thought 2 + 2 = 5, but it didn't affect the fact that he believed Christ was the Son of God, correct?
That's being a bit extreme.
Well, just like when Steve was getting pissed off. Steve was getting pissed off just a while ago when he was saying,
"I'm not pissed off.
Just say it for argument."
This is to me.
No, I'm not saying you're pissed off now. Relax, Steve. Jesus, I'm on your platform. I'm on your platform. Do I come here to make fucking problems? Did I make a mistake? Jesus. What I'm saying is, there was a line of thought that suggested that what I should do is just fall back and just take you at your word value for argument's sake. My position was this. If you were trying to paint that character that, okay, so this guy was a flat earther way back then, I'm saying that that's not true. At least biblically, it's not true. You can extrapolate from whatever you may or may not understand about the language back then or whatever you're doing. But biblically, between Genesis and Revelations, that doesn't seem to be true. So I had to stop right there because we're starting the conversation, what he would call an argument, with improper facts.
Though? As far as him being a Christian,
we can't rely on. We can't have the facts.
If he had a personal belief that the Earth was flat, how did that affect him not being a Christian at that point? If he believed the earth is flat.
If he did, then it would affect it by even when Christ came here to reveal things and show the real way.
Christ never told him anything about the
He may put away the Old Testament, the law, whatever. I came here to fulfill it, not to put it away. So if Saul, who was actually, like I say, a vicious prosecutor at one time, bloody hands, if he was changed via divine intervention directly, there's no way that he's going to be fundamentally changed by God himself like that. And yet what he believes in, even after he's changed,
how would he
is opposed.
How would he?
Did you hear me when I said, well, listen, before you get all fucking crazy, it's very simple. I'm not ducking. If he is going to disavow what Isaiah said, aka the law, what God said he came here to fulfill, not put away, then there's no way that he's going to be changed and turned to God from an evil course of action, and he's going to throw away the old part. So that's why I say it's impossible he was a flat earther.
Let's run with this.
And someone wanted to insist that he's a flat earther.
So all of a sudden, wait. So all of a sudden, you're going to...
What can I do?
You're going to posit that because somebody becomes a Christian and gets a revelation from God, that all of a sudden
We're talking about Paul.
Paul has all knowledge. Do you think that he understood geocentrism vice heliocentrism? Say
that again. What you just said, because I want you to.
You're positing that because he had a revelation from God of his existence, all of a sudden he's not going to have any false personal beliefs anymore. Such as he would know the Earth isn't flat. Well, we didn't even understand.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's exactly what you just said. You just said that is a word for word, basically.
Rewind it. It's only like 2 minutes.
I'll summarize what.
I'll say it for you again.
I'm going to summarize it, and I want you to clarify if the summary is accurate. So it sounded like you said.
Did you understand my point before you summarize?
Wait, I'm summarizing your point
so that
you can clarify to me if the summary is accurate or not. So when you said that Saul became Paul and he was regenerated and all that, he became a Christian, that then he realized old truths, and in this context he should be an equivalent of a 21st century Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, he should be round earth, and
you couldn't be more wrong.
Okay,
that's not what I said at all.
So how is it after he became knowledgeable of God did he stop being a flat earther? How would he?
Maybe it's on my part.
Why could he not have been a flat earther? Just like I'm sure Paul was a heliocentric, or a geocentric.
Okay, I'll say it again. Isaiah, the prophet, when he wrote his book, clearly made reference directly to the earth not being flat.
No,
I don't believe that was the only instance. I don't believe that was the only instance, but according to
literally means a round disc. The disc is flat. He did have a word. He did have a word for ball.
So the word was wrong.
And he does use the word for ball or sphere, but he never uses it for the earth.
Here's my position that you could say is fundamentally wrong because I can already feel it, but it won't change. Based off of what Isaiah said, as was revealed to him,
you have to demonstrate to me that the word for disc is a sphere.
I don't have to do that. You could just consider me an asshole. I'm telling you right now that I believe in something.
But I'm not considering that.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I expect it here. Now, at this point, I expect it. It's no problem. I'm not, I'm not bothered.
I'm not going to.
I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. There's no hostility. I could care less. This is YouTube.
The Hebrew word shug, if that is a spherical ball.
Well, I don't want to get, pulled away because I'm not all, like you guys or whatever.
Let's forget about flat earth.
What I'm saying is, because of Isaiah, there's no way that someone's going to be changed after Jesus was here already.
How about we use
directly, and therefore he disavows.
Would you consider
not going to happen? That doesn't mean because Saul became Paul that suddenly Saul became Paul, so then all of a sudden he knew microbiology and nuclear physics and thermodynamics. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's fucking retarded.
Okay. But
it's retarded.
Am I causing Isaiah's authority to be lessened because I'm saying he said a flat disc?
No, I'm not saying that or implying that at all. You're doing that. What I'm telling you is why I see Paul the way I see him.
Is what I'm asking. Am I doing that? Am I?
No,
because
I don't see you doing that.
I'm saying, okay, so then
I think you're just questioning
a flat disk?
If I'm not mistaken, General is really, really good at translating. I mean, he's really up on this.
Sounds like it.
When he says, I mean, I may not believe a lot of what he says, but when he says something that here's what it says in Hebrew or Greek or whatever, I believe he's being very truthful about what he's saying.
It sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I have no idea.
Flat Earth. So you would say that because you said that flat earthers weren't Christian to you. Now, would you say the same about geocentrists? If a person believes that the Earth is the center of the universe, couldn't they still be a Christian?
I mean, so I would say no, but here's why. The reason I say no is because, again, if someone is ascribing to the Prince of Peace, where truth reigns supreme, there's no way that same it's one thing for them to say they don't believe in evolution or something, or that the jury's out or whatever. I don't know, whatever. But when you have clear proof and truth in front of you, the only people in my faith who deny open truth are of the enemy.
So the apostles, though,
that's all I'm saying.
So you're saying the apostles were heliocentrists then? Because they were clearly probably geocentrists. They didn't know anything about the heliocentric model.
1 second.
Again, I believe that all of those who ascribed to Christ ascribe to the entire ancient text.
I'm going to...
Now, I think it'll piss you off for me to say it again, but if they ascribe to the whole ancient text, then they knew about it.
Me off. It's frustrating that I think you're being very, very evasive but not answering
1 second.
questions.
Who's being evasive?
Okay.
The fact is, we got into a spat here when I'm willing to actually say why. Because no, it became court all of a sudden. Yes or no. Yes or no. And once you start elaborating on a fucking hangout, suddenly it became a problem. For the first time ever. And apparently I do it all the time.
Okay? Now, so Julius, if you can...
Learn every day.
I'm going to mention this to Steve, and then you can comment on it. So I do agree with what he's saying in regards to Jesus being the Logos, being truth, Prince of Peace, all that a Christian, depending on the context of where he's living. So obviously Christians in the first century technically weren't really concerned with, in this case, science or scientific truths per se. They were only concerned with, theology and all that. Times have changed in the sense of the scientific method springing up, and now it's more natural stuff. But the theological position, and this is what I was telling Antonio that time that you heard, that a Christian should model a life of truth because Jesus embodies that principle. Right. So in a 21st century context, the truth is that we live on a spherical, object. That the Earth is a sphere, and we live in a heliocentric context, and therefore they're being dishonest with the data. So this is coming back to that dishonest scientist.
I agree with you, but again, that has nothing to do with their Christianity. They are just not.
Yes, it does.
No, they are just not being what I would consider.
If you're not Christian, you wouldn't understand the value of truth.
Well, we have a lot of Christians that don't understand evolutionary biology, but evolutionary biology is a fact. We have Christians that don't understand the flood never happened. We have no evidence for a flood, but they still maintain a flood happened. But there's a lot of different types of Christianities.
There is no one who believes in the God of the universe that thinks any of his word is a lie, and they really believe it.
It's your interpretation of his word. Do you believe in a global flood?
Oh, I definitely believe the Noah account.
Okay, well, see, and in general, as a Christian, he thinks the Noah account's full of shit. As I do why.
Well, that's him. That's him. I'm just saying, again, this is not my opinion. When you say, do I believe in the Noah flood? Let me rephrase that. Yes, but let me qualify it.
Wait. You're doing exactly what you just said.
Can't qualify it.
In this day and age, with the evidence we have that's overwhelmingly against Noah's Ark, it is impossible. It is basically almost up there with flat Earth. There is no possible way Noah's Ark happened. There is a billion different things we could discuss and show you why it did not happen. You are promoting misinformation. No. You are promoting misinformation, and you're willfully doing it.
Promoting?
Yeah, if you're saying
promoting?
Listen to me carefully.
My belief is a promotion?
You may be unknowingly doing it, But you are still
the day that my beliefs become a promotion and something to attack, then we're talking about the fundamentals of religious tolerance. Do you not understand?
You're doing the same thing flat earthers are doing, though, in a different thing.
We're walking the line of religious tolerance.
Listen to me.
If you say that my beliefs is a promotion,
science. It is science.
If my beliefs, Steve. If my beliefs are promotion, tacitly or otherwise, in your view or others, then I think that's where the sentiment comes from.
No, listen to me.
Because now we're walking the line of religious tolerance.
You're being a hypocrite here. You're saying that in this day and age...
That's a hypocrite? You define how that's hypocritical.
Interrupting me. You're being a hypocrite because a flat earther is doing...
Define it. That's a charge.
Okay, you're interrupting me. You're doing the exact same thing a flat earther's doing. A flat earther's saying, I believe in flat earth, but I'm a Christian. You're saying, well, in this day and age, you can't be a flat earther and be a Christian. Well... You're doing the same thing by promoting misinformation about Noah's Ark. You cannot be, quote unquote, a Christian to some Christians and accept Noah's Ark because it's bullshit. We can demonstrate that it's bullshit just like flat Earth. You're doing the same thing.
Roger that, Chief.
Do you not understand this?
I hear your point.
Even if you don't understand this, you're being a hypocrite because you're imposing your own personal subjective values and information, what you think is
imposing, again, qualify that.
By saying that the Noah's Ark happened, right?
So me saying my belief is imposing.
How are you any different than a flat earther? They're wrong.
Hey,
you're wrong.
Answer me this, American, and we both served. Me stating my belief is imposing. It's a promotion. Tell me how that's not a fucking problem.
Are you scientifically incorrect? Does the science show...
I'm not even talking science here. I'm talking to the core of what you and I took an oath to. You're telling me that me having a belief and me speaking to that belief when I was asked.
A flat earther could do the same thing.
Somehow I'm promoting.
You get it now, maybe. A flat earther says, you're speaking to my belief. I believe the earth is flat, but I'm still Christian. There you go. Game over.
No. So we're not, this is your platform. I'm a guest.
Do you not understand just what happened there?
But do you not understand the implications of what you just said?
If I say I'm a flat earther and it's my belief when asked...
That would be a yes or no question.
Yes, I understand.
As long as you understand, and I know you do, I'm telling you that's called sentiment.
I'm a flat earther, and you ask me my belief that the earth is flat, and I say I believe the earth is flat, but I'm still Christian, and you're saying you cannot be a Christian and a flat earther. How is that any fucking different than you sitting there saying I'm a younger, or I accept the Noah's flood, but I'm still a Christian when most people that are in science telling you it's just scientifically impossible.
For those who don't believe in God at all, this is all bullshit anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Just dodge that all to hell. Wow.
But when it comes to, I'm not even done. It's a dodge when I'm done. Sentiment, again. So when people are saying this and they don't believe, they can say whatever they want. What I'm saying is, for those who believe in those words, in between Genesis and Revelation, they know the truth.
Well, clearly you don't know the truth. Because I could demonstrate to you I can demonstrate in many different ways.
That's your view. I mean, what am I going to say? You're wrong?
It's science.
What can I say? You're wrong? No, that's your view. What am I going to do about it?
Do you agree that science has disproved a flat Earth model? Yes or no?
Of course.
Okay. We can show you by the same.
I keep telling you, Isaiah.
God damn it! You interrupt me one more time, I'm going to kick you. We can show you by the same fucking science that you use to show that the Earth is not flat. We can show you that
see this shit.
The same science that the Noah's flood and the speciation from Noah's event could not have happened. It's the same science, Liv.
Right.
You're willing to accept one but not the other.
Well, that's a whole new topic. Only thing I could tell you is I believe the Noah account.
Okay.
I believe everything between Genesis and Revelation.
Okay, then you're not a real Christian according to some people.
Okay. So I believe everything between Genesis and Revelations, i.e., I'm not a real Christian. Okay, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion.
You're not a real Christian. You're using the same
All right. I mean, what am I going to do? Cry about it?
Well, wow.
You understand how you're arguing?
I'm saying no conflict. No conflict.
You understand that that's why the argument's bad-lived. He's trying to explain to you.
I understand the sentiment. I understand why.
No, you're appealing to emotions and motives. You're saying, this is an emotional aspect. We have all bad motives, and you're not addressing the argument. You're trying to, it's kind of being a little dishonest just to say your motives are bad and your intentions are bad, but not addressing the argument.
Well, I didn't say you didn't hear me mention motive, and you know what motive is as an attorney. You know. You didn't hear me mention motive.
It's a height of hypocrisy
at all. Stop putting words in my mouth. That's the first thing we should do today.
Shut up, Liv, do you? When I'm speaking, shut up. Seriously. It's getting a little annoying.
So
okay, you have plenty of time
we
to talk.
understand why this
you
is.
You keep on saying something. You pause. You say something again. You pause. You say something again. 4 or 5 things later, you're still.
Brother, it won't happen again. I clearly made a mistake. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, you know, you just have to learn how to have these types of discussions, these hangouts, if you're going to be in them. You haven't parsed out how to actually have a dialogue with people, and then when you're being refuted, you know, you run. Go figure. Somebody else in the live feed claimed he was going to do that. So,
well, that was fun.
Well, I mean, he got shut down. I mean,
he starts out being agreeable and real nice and conversation going real good, but then slowly it starts getting a little worse and a little worse.
Because I'm not going to let people get away with fucking dodging questions and then, you know, just, I mean, it's just amazing that he wasn't trying to understand the context of the conversation. We started off with trying to explain to him no true Scotsman or no true Christian, and he dwelled into some other regions, and it's like, okay, now we're going down the rabbit hole, but he never got back to the main point because he kept changing. We would go right, he would go left every single time. I mean, every single time, right?
That does seem to be.
But Jenner doesn't avoid questions. Slim Jim doesn't avoid questions. They're Christians. We can ask them questions and they'll answer a direct answer, right? I mean, he doesn't though.
Ask no questions and I'll tell no lies, but.
Yeah, we may not agree with some of the answers given, but at least they try to answer the question being posed. I answer question A, he gives answer B. That's what gets annoying.
This issue seems to be endemic to certain branches of Christianity, and I haven't quite nailed it down, but like when you go ahead and make a point, right, they seem not to seize on the main point, but they'll grab like a small little tidbit from your supporting arguments and run with that rather than the overall argument. And I don't understand how this happens.
I don't know. It's interesting. His arguments, like, first we go from the what's the other fallacy that he did when we started? Wager. Yeah, the Pascal's wager. Then it's like he
wasn't even interested.
We had bad motives,
right? Yeah.
Then it was it's like he literally described the fallacy to a T, and just would reject the fact that you were taking him down the rabbit hole. I didn't understand this.
Well, I actually did want to offer something kind of in his defense about Pascal's wager. I don't think he was making Pascal's wager. I just think he was articulating it very poorly. Like when you go and look at the Catholic act of contrition, you go ahead and pray, dear Lord, I'm sorry for all my sins because I fear your punishment, but also because I fear the loss of you. And it's just the same sort of language you would say, like, yeah, dear, hey babe, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. Please don't, I don't want to sleep on the couch tonight. I do like you. I like dating you. I don't want to break up over this. It's more of that kind of thing. And less of, well, I got a 50-50 shot, so I might as well go with the one that probably doesn't kill me in the end.
Yeah, but like I said,
do you believe that's an appeal to consequences?
What's that?
Wouldn't you say that would be an appeal to consequences? He's appealing to the consequences that may happen. So in other words, you don't actually have to believe. You have to just be afraid of the consequences.
Not necessarily.
Calling it dishonest.
Because if you examine the more ancient forms of Christianity, Eastern Orthodoxy, Catholicism, the idea is not so much, believe in God or not believe in God and take it to heaven or anything like this, as it is trying to develop a closeness or an intimacy with God, and you don't want to do anything that's going to damage that. And I think that's where he was getting at.
But I mean, he doesn't know how to have a conversation of this caliber, I guess, and he just seems to want to like bloviate rather than talk about the specific questions being asked of him. If he doesn't understand the question, he can re-ask, have that question rephrased, but to do what he keeps doing, and this is not the first time. Everybody's noticed it. And by the way, Julius, if you're listening still, everybody has noticed this. This is not just me, friend. Listen to what we're trying to tell you. We're trying to give you some constructive criticism. Everybody in my live feed, 39 people are watching, saying the same exact thing. Clearly, there's something here. When you ask a question and you for what specific thing and you answer something else, that's not how you have a conversation. If you don't even know how to have a sake for arguendo, reasonable way of saying, well, I don't agree with you, but let's continue around your argumentation, right, to see what it leads to, whether do an eisegesis or something, then you don't understand how argumentation theory works. Okay, I could say, hey, General, I don't agree with your concordance approach, but, for arguendo, let's say that it's true. Let's run with that. You can't even do that. That's weird. I mean, how do you not be able to put yourself in some other shoes and say, okay, just for the argument's sake, we're going to assume this or assume that, and then see where the conversation takes you. That's basic, argument.
Or not just that. Yeah, but not just that, but there's, in a way, it shouldn't really shadow your faith if Paul believed in a flat earth. Okay, whoop-de-doo, that's the context of his day, and he's it's not that he's stupid. I mean, he's a brilliant man.
It has nothing to do with his Christianity.
But General, would he consider you to be a Christian, General?
If Paul was living today, he would accept Big Bang cosmology and evolution.
No, would lived accept you as a Christian?
Oh, live it. I thought you said Paul.
Well, how about this? Not only would live it, answer that. Does the Clown Car Posse and your creationists, do they accept you as a Christian?
No.
Well,
I rest my case.
No true Christian fallacy. I've had G-Man and a few of those guys say that I'm a Gnostic and I'm not a Christian. But that's the thing. I don't know how to answer the question. That's why I was appealing more to the positive to Julius and saying, look, if G-Man were in the same room as me and we both read 1 Corinthians 15 as an example of a declaration of faith, I would leave it up to God, but I would definitely, with all my heart, hope and pray that the declaration of faith by G-Man is genuine, just as much as how I've declared my faith. So for Liver to proclaim, oh, no, G-Man, no, or these flat earthers, no, they can't be Christian because they're flat earthers, then you're putting yourself in the position of God himself. And the same type of argument can be placed on those who believe in a Trinity or not. So would you say that Christians, say at the age of 10 or 9 years of age, like those really young children who profess faith in Jesus, that since they did not understand or quote unquote believe in the Trinity as much as say you are at the age of say 30 or something, that therefore they're not Christian because they didn't understand the doctrine of the Trinity fully? Well, it makes no sense. Like God is a lot bigger than that. This is nothing but human knowledge based on a vast amount of data that can only come about through living life, studying hard, and it takes time. Now that's one side. Then the other side would be, well, okay, say you have a flat earther that, or in fact Jason Lyle will be a perfect example. He wrote a dissertation on the sun, and he was appealing to basically old Earth ideas. And deep down, though, he was deceptive, where he held to a young Earth position and earned his PhD, proclaiming, oh yeah, this and that. But then at the end of the day, he came out as young Earth and said, I even though I know the evidence is this, but I'm going to interpret it a different way. That's being deceptive. Is he a Christian? Now, this is where I may have one foot in agreement with Liver, that to live the life of genuine faith, to embody Jesus, to be deceptive like that, I don't know how that would fly with God. Maybe I honestly don't know. Maybe maybe God will ignore that because he accepts Christ anyway. But then at the same time, being deceptive, that doesn't really fit as a Christian. Like it. But
that could be a means to an end for all you know. That could be a means to an end. There could be purpose for that.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. So we ultimately we don't know, but that's the only thing I can think of where I can see what Libet is trying to say.
I don't think he's being purposely deceptive. I think he's being deceptive, but I don't think he's willfully doing it. I think he's subconsciously doing it. I mean, Lived is a nice guy. I think that he wants to actually be honest. I think he just doesn't know these. He doesn't know how to have a conversation well enough to understand when he's being called out on a fallacy or he's being evasive, and so he gets defensive of it, and he starts taking the conversation to some other direction. I mean, if you noticed, I had to keep wrangling him back into the topic, right? Wrangling back into the point I was trying to make, because he kept trying to talk about something else. And that's what I've noticed with people when, they don't want to confront what they're being confronted about. Did you guys notice that at all?
Yeah. Well, and my whole conversation before was just the same exact thing. He was making these grandiose claims, and you try to pin it down. Okay, what are you saying? What are you saying? And you can never get a straight answer.
There may have been a few thoughts running through his mind of, oh, look, we're attacking the Bible. So it's an immediate response to that, or there could have been, no, I can't imagine Paul thinking of a flat Earth and believing in a flat Earth.
I'm sure Paul had many misconceptions.
There may be a number of things that were flowing through his mind to make him basically not think straight.
Paranor thinks it's intentional, and that might be. I don't think he is intentional, Paranor. I really don't. I think he's just. He's new to the community. He's new to these hangouts. I think he needs to find a better way of having a conversation rather than make grandiose claims, as multiple personality says, and then tries to, back them by complete bullshit. I think he pulled a lot of stuff out of his ass, and I still don't understand this whole referring to MP's, legal profession as a shitty analogy. I mean, it just had nothing to do with anything. They kept trying to drag multiple personality back in, and I'm like, wait a minute, this has nothing to do with multiple personality. I just found it to be odd.
No,
I think it's a little odd.
I hope, and Heavy Hola, I appreciate you referring to me as trying to be as honest as I can.
No one's ever said General Deceptive.
Yeah, you are. As far as I'm concerned, you're one of the most honest people on here.
Yeah.
And you have the knowledge to read things and understand it better than a lot of other people.
But that's the difference.
I accept that.
Like you and Christianist, I mean, whether people agree with you or not, we really think that you guys are honest people, right? You just have different positions. I get that. Not everybody's going to have the same positions, but I don't see honesty with a lot of other people when it comes to promotion of certain things in theology. None of the Young Earth Creationists, hardly. None of the CCP. I don't find honesty to be there in their vocabulary. They just don't seem to know how to be intellectually honest. And sometimes just outright lying. I mean, look at Ronnie. He well past the point of being just, disagreeable. I mean, he's gone full dishonest in the last, 6 months or even a year. I mean, he just outright lies and doesn't care.
Yeah. What I was going to say was, so if I'm going to model Jesus, then I have to model and be honest, in this case, with what the Bible demonstrates. So I have to be honest, even though I make the claim that Genesis 1, correlates with natural history and all that. But then there are places in the Bible where I have to go, look, this was a faulty perspective. In this case, Paul appealing to a three-tiered cosmology. Now, it would be... So what I'm getting at is that the Bible is not one book. It's multiple books by multiple authors, multiple contexts. Livid is thinking that the entire text is one gigantic book that will be consistent right throughout. And if you're going to be honest with the text, that's not what you're going to find. You're going to find when God's talking, there's consistency, but then when human beings are talking, there's a sense of human perspectives creeping into the text, and that's fine.
Right.
And God was happy with that. It's just that Livid wants to try and defend the text to such a point that he's the one being dishonest.
Like another example,
and that's what you guys are trying to get at.
Right, exactly. And again, some people might say it's willful or not. I don't know, but it's still dishonesty. But like Matthew's in the live feed, and Matthew's a kid that I think is honest. I think he's fundamentally wrong. I think he's just not well versed enough to know why he's fundamentally wrong. But I don't think he wakes up going, you know what? How can I deceive people? I don't think that's in his nature. It's just not his thing, right? I do think that many of the Clown Car Posse, they are full-on deceptionist, if I can coin that word, if that doesn't exist. Because
now that's a key question, though. Can a person who claims to be a Christian or a Christ follower and be deceptive, is he genuinely saved? That is a good question.
Well, that's one of the old adages of the whole practice of what do they call it? Oh God, what is it when the chicks hit on you to try to convert you to Christianity or to belief?
Oh, what, Jehovah's Witness?
No.
Missionary dating.
Missionary, yeah. What's it called? Missionary. What's it
Missionary
called?
dating.
Baiting. Yeah.
It's the dumbest name in the world.
Yeah, but that's what it is, right?
What's this?
It's when like women will like flirt with you and stuff like that to try to get you to convert to their religion, and it's just called missionary baiting.
What the heck? I didn't know this.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
At least in America.
But missionary baiting is based upon something else too. It's based upon it was a principle that the church had adopted that they could lie to you in order to like save your soul. And I can't remember the name of the terminology they used for that, but it was a position that the church had to lie in order to convert.
I don't remember reading about that one.
But that is called. I will tell you if I can find it. But yeah, I was thinking of a missionary.
I mean, okay. I might as well just say it. I honestly don't. But this is placing me in the position of a judge here. But it pains me to say this. That is not Christian. Like, no way. I would just, I don't know, slap the church leader in his face if he caused women to go out and flirt with men for the sake of the gospel. That is an abusement of the cross of Christ, big time.
And I agree with you. I mean, of course, I think it's fraudulent. But again, I don't think the CCP are being deceptive and fraudulent to get people to become Christians. I think they're being deceptive and fraudulent because they don't want to admit they're wrong, and they want people to agree with them on anything. It doesn't even have to be about their Christian beliefs. It could be about their scientific beliefs as well, right? I mean, look how many times Ronnie has said, "Oh, all you guys over there are wrong. I'm right," even though he's been disproven countless times. He knows he'll put out fraudulent information in order to support his position, but it's a scientific position, right? It's nothing about theology, so he doesn't care whether it's about getting people to Christ. He only cares about him being right and everybody else being wrong, and yet he has never once demonstrated he was right when there was a point of contention. When anybody was pointing out he was wrong, they were right. He was wrong.
Should we change their nickname to Decepticons?
Decepticons. Well, it's really kind of sad for people like Matthew, who's listening to the Clown Car Posse and who says, "Oh well, no, I'll never accept evolution," and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, kids like Matthew don't understand that the CCP are leading them astray. They're leading them with bad information, and that's what really sucks because Matthew's never going to understand this. He admits he is incapable of understanding, but he just wants to accept what's easy, which is the Clown Car Posse's bullshit, rather than understand that this shit is difficult. But once you understand it, the difficulties as well, you get that they're wrong across the board, right? I mean, he's talking about the soft tissue stuff. Matthew doesn't understand it. Matthew didn't read Schweitzer's work, right? So he's just going to go by what Ronnie has to say on it, and if Ronnie's disproven on it, Matthew doesn't care because Ronnie takes the simplest approach.
You know what you should do next time when you converse with these guys? Just ask them a very simple question. Is the Bible the only book, book that's authored by God? I'm going to word it that way, even though that technically isn't accurate, but is the Bible the only book that God authored?
Somebody read his Augustine.
If they say yes, then ask them who authored the universe, because the universe by ancient Christians was also called an elegant book. So if they say, "Oh no, God did create the universe and he authored, the natural laws and all that," then point them to evolution, because look, well, nature is operating like this, therefore God authored this, therefore you have a mandate in your belief that if you believe in God and He's the author of both the Bible and the universe, well, they both should complement each other, or in some sense you should hold both up at a high pedestal, one for theology, one for science.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you keep refuting the data that I'm presenting to you, which ironically you believe God, did it this way?
It's what I just said, and Matthew's taking contention on it, but he's not listening to what I'm saying. He's not following the CCP. He's not following. What he's doing, he's following what they say. He believes what they say because it's easier for Matthew to believe what they're saying because, yes, Matthew, you are incapable at this moment of understanding some of these concepts, period. You just cannot do it. Now, can you learn them later on? Yes, I think you could. But at this particular point, I know you well enough to understand that you do not have the scientific literacy to understand exactly now, at this moment, why the clown corpuscle is wrong. Okay?
I would also say it. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that, I'm not saying he's following Ronnie, but yes, he is more likely to believe what Ronnie says than actual experts in their field and people that can demonstrate to him why Ronnie's wrong. And then he'll always cite people like, oh well, look at these young creationists who say this. Well, what? You know what? We can refute them too. And I don't think Matthew says he doesn't talk to T much, but you know what? You do listen to them, and you do say, oh well, evolution can't be true, blah blah blah, and yet again, it's at the point where it's comical because Ronnie, he doesn't know shit about science. He doesn't know shit about biology. He doesn't know shit about astronomy. He doesn't know shit about chemistry. He doesn't know goddamn motherfucking thing about any sciences. He just talks bullshit. And he throws out these words to someone like yourself who has never been exposed to actual science to make it sound like he knows what he's talking about. This is what he does. And if you actually went to college and you actually took these courses and you actually realize, oh shit, yeah, man, damn, True doesn't have a fucking clue, then you would be like the rest of the people here who have taken these college level courses.
What college? I barely made it out of high school, but I can halfway understand this stuff.
Yeah, but you're not disagreeing with the people that are experts for the most part, are you? You're not just going, oh, well, I'm going to disagree that evolution doesn't exist. I mean, that's just...
No, because I take the time to ask questions. I take the time to study, look up things, Yeah,
and it's weird because they'll say like things like, I believe in adaptation. Well, how do you accept adaptation and not accept evolutionary theory? That's like saying I accept, space but not astronomy. I mean, what does that
I'll say
mean?
Steve, that bridge building thing I was talking to, in fact, Matthew was witness to that when I was talking to Antonio.
Yeah.
Thought experiment. Let's just say that all of them agreed last year, and let's just say right now, like as of right now, they're all in this room and they're learning evolution and science from Fiona and yourself. What would your perceptions of them be in that context?
What do you mean, my perception of them? If they're learning,
so like,
okay, well,
yeah, that they're appreciating that they finally got.
I would be thrilled to death if people want to learn, right? Okay, let me put it this way. I was never an instructor, but I did give course lectures, okay? In other words, I'd stand up in front of the people, maybe like a dozen, maybe 15 some odd people, and then, give a lecture on a specific portion of the plant, right? To explain to them, the newer people, how something works, right? How to do certain procedures or, what's going on with something, right? Now, if one of them had a conceptual error, right, if something we didn't understand, I would sit there and I would explain it to them, right? Now, if the Clockwork Posse was willing to listen to correction and not try to find any kind of anecdotal evidence to support their position because they're misreading, because every single time they've done that, they're misreading what they've seen, I would be fine with that. But every single time we've had a point of contention, they will go out and they're trying to find the most minuscule thing of anything that they think supports their position, even though what they're reading is they're reading it incorrectly. Yeah. And that is let's, every time. So,
let's in the thought experiment, let's just deal with
I'd be fine
it's
with
too
that.
good to be true that they
but they don't think we can teach them anything. Like when I was giving that thing on polonium halos to G Conscious, he went into a hangout with C Brown afterwards saying about them going, "Oh, Steve doesn't know anything about polonium halos." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I dare anybody in this community to know more about polonium halos than me, and there might be, and because I'm not that heavy on them, but I'm knowledgeable. But nobody else has really bothered to study them, so by default, I'm kind of the most knowledgeable people about the topic. But that doesn't mean that I'm an expert in it by any means. General knows quite a bit about them.
Right? I love you for your humility, Steve.
What? I'm being humble. What? I'm not. Well, it's by default. I mean, there are a lot of people that know a lot of shit. General is very good at physics, right? He probably understands polonium halos and maybe a little better if he wanted to. But it's still, by default, who in this community knows jack shit about him?
You pretty much went through every point with respect to polonium halos, but
I certainly didn't have any gross conceptual errors now, did I?
No. Except for that one, well, not you, but that, who was it we were talking to that took a cross-section as being the halo itself?
He thought the two-dimensional representation of the three-dimensional halo was the halo.
Yeah, someone misunderstood that, and we were just shaking it. Anyway, so let's, for the sake of argument, let's say true empiricism was in this room right now, and he was legitimately learning and going, you know what, I've been wrong.
I would be very happy to explain things to him.
Okay, and all of those guys. So
why wouldn't I? That's the whole point of this. Part of this channel is to help, educate people, and people can ask those kind of questions.
Obviously, there'll be building of bridges between them being quote unquote would like.
Well, that was weird. I said I was running out of hard time space. So I still got 8 gig left. So, anyways, I started the feed back up again. So, I don't know if it's the same video or not.
Well, the thing is, though, that even if Steve and all the rest of them did reach, Ronnie and a lot of these others, there would be just more coming in doing the same thing they was doing, taking their place.
One sec.
It's like even if Steve and all the rest of them did the same thing they was doing, the forums on taking their place.
Yeah, but I've worked with a lot less for having these hangouts. I was down to 1 gig.
It's like even if
so it's 8 gig is fine. And then, by the way, Shar, I love your program that you recommended to me, the Windeer, whatever fucking program it was to clean things up. It was great. It was very, very handy. It's called oh my goodness. I have it here. Windirstat. WINDIRSTAT. Great program. It shows you all the crap on your hard drive. I was actually able to clean up half my hard drive with that very effectively. So.
Hey, okay.
Hey, how's it going? Are you guys on air right now?
Yes, I can take it off air if you like.
No, that's okay. It just quit on my end.
Yeah, no, the feed got interrupted, and then it said something about hard drive space, yet I'm fine on it, so I just started the feed up again.
Oh, okay. Well, I used the, I was hoping you were off air, because I was going to pop in to suggest, Steve, that you check your volume. You seem to go up and down a little bit. I wouldn't adjust, your local gain could probably come up a little bit.
I was walking away making dinner. That's when I was probably my mic.
That was the second I was going to say. Or you can snuggle into the mic a little better.
Okay. It's right next to me. It's right here.
Okay, cool. Sorry. Yeah, no, actually, it sounds much better now. Well, sorry to interrupt the flow of conversation with little technical things, but...
No worries. I guess you were listening, so...
I was only about the last 15 minutes. It's funny to be listening to a hangout and hear... like that guy that you were talking to, I heard probably the last 90 seconds of it. And then you guys say, that was weird because it started really well. It was a good conversation, and then it just went crazy. And all I heard was the last 90 seconds of the crazy, right? Mm-hmm. And especially him saying, well, that's fine. That's your opinion. What am I supposed to do, cry about it? Like, why the fuck are you even here?
That was weird.
That's how a lot of conversations with him go.
Yeah.
Never even heard of him, but yeah, if a guy that's got that attitude, that's a defense mechanism. That's him putting up a wall saying, well, you're showing me something that I'm not comfortable seeing right now, so that's fine.
Well, that's exactly what I said. Bingo. That's exactly what I was saying. That, I think he's a good guy. I just think he's being confronted with things he hasn't really been exposed to before and doesn't know how to respond. And so, he has a self-defense mechanism rather than just say, you know what, let me think about this and I'll give you a response in a few. I mean, that's fine. I don't mind if somebody does that. If somebody's not capable of giving an instant answer. They're like, let me think on that. They can take 5 minutes, they can take 10 minutes, they can take a day, a week, or whatever. I don't mind. This isn't like something you have to give me, right away. Give me an answer to something.
Oh, totally fair. I think that's just clearly not what he was doing, though, right? It was just a complete wall, just a complete conversational shutdown.
Yeah, we would go the conversation to the right, and he would go to the left. But anyways, we were talking about the clown car posse, and General was asking, if Ronnie or any of them wanted to learn something and come in here and have somebody explain to them a certain concept, would I be bothered by that? And the answer is obviously no.
No, that was not his question, though. That part I heard right before it disappeared on my end for whatever reason. I don't think that was his question. I think General started asking the question, and he was setting up a hypothetical. General, jump in and fix this. I think he was saying, well, what if those guys were in here, and like Ronnie, for example, was saying, okay, I'm learning, I was wrong about that. Like he started with the words "what if," and then I think you interrupted him, Steve, to say, "Oh well, no, they're welcome in. Ronnie's welcome in." So I don't think you actually heard his question. Okay. Am I correct about that, General?
Maybe.
Yeah, that's pretty. What I'm doing is the most positive outcome ever. Like to the point that, believe it or not, true criticism happens to be your best friend.
No, last year.
The most positive outcome.
Last year, my channel did rely on a little bit of being able to mock true. No qualms about that. And the Clown Car Posse. I mean, because, that was, I started off, refuting younger creationism. And of course they, were saying so much stupid shit. And then it's kind of just evolved since then. But I certainly haven't talked about it much this year, and I don't really intend to. They don't need to anymore.
Yeah. No, I still don't think we heard General's question, though. I think he's setting up a hypothetical.
Go ahead, General.
He's saying, well, what if this happened, then, and then I don't know what his question is. I'm really curious.
Yeah, go ahead, General.
Please.
Well, it was more in lines with how would the atheists in this community, how would they react if those Christians, and we're using true criticism as the ultimate hypothetical, if they just, because it would be miraculous in a way, but if they just put their pens down and said, okay, look, we want you guys to educate us, and they took notes, then they started to digest it. In fact, if they did a Wayne Fillmore equivalent, that they suddenly, they genuinely turned a new leaf and then partook in these conversations and actually became friends, and like how would all of you react to that?
Well, I could never see myself being friends with any of them, but I mean, as far as how we would reply to it, we would accept that. I mean, we would be, this is what we're trying to do, and if they're following along the lines of our goal, we can't fault them for that, right? So we would have to be like, okay, they're listening to people, they're understanding. Let's continue down that line. Most people would be very, very supportive of that, I think. Would they not? Atheists especially?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got to say. Go ahead, yeah, but I got to chime in on this. Go ahead, please.
Just one more quick question, and Hogtie, you can then answer with that.
There's a caveat.
Would you then say that you guys would miss the drama?
No. Here's my caveat. I'm not going to forget everything that's happened. It's been too much. Okay, I mean, even if they did a 180 and tried to do the Wayne Fillmore thing, I still would be very, very tentative with them. I don't think there's any coming back from the year-long bullshit that they've done. Okay, it's more than that, but I mean, I forgive, but I don't forget, kind of thing, right? So I would never be chummy with these people. But if they at least acknowledge that they're wrong and they want to learn, I'm fine with that. They can come in. I was like, okay, let me or somebody else try to explain something to you. What about you, Hogtie?
Well, I want to be really clear that I am not friends with any of those people for the reason that we hold different views, either on theology or the nature of the universe, or human origins. None of those differences of beliefs are the cause of me not being friends with some of those people. And on that note, I've always considered true empiricism a friend. I don't think this last year has really been good for us. I used to be quite good with Nephilim free. Now there's a fellow who isn't going to put his pen down and say, well, teach me something. I want to learn this. I mean, he's the most thick-headed guy around. I'm able to be friends with him. Not anymore. The reason, so let me go the other way with it now, is to say what the reason actually is. Because, we're a diverse world. We all have different beliefs. We got to get along with each other with different beliefs. That's fine. But we got to treat people decently. And if you're an asshole, then I'm not your friend. So with Nephilim Free, the big turning point there had to do with a situation he got in, a bit of drama in Shock of God's chat room, where he got into a thing. There's a young girl that claimed he was hitting on her. I know the whole story. He was not. There was nothing,
Right.
There's no story or anything really weird or salacious here. It's just, it was a miscommunication, whatever. But he was so put off by this. He accused her of being an atheist who was sent into the room to bring down his YouTube channel, right? To create this big stir around him to be able to take down his YouTube channel. And his solution to that, instead of just walking away from it and say, well, bad thing happened, miscommunication, is that he told everyone in his community that she was an atheist and she's evil, and he completely ostracized her. He had her blocked from Shock of God's chat room, and he just completely threw her under the bus. And that's something you don't do. You make a mistake. He made a mistake in that conversation. She made a mistake, whatever. You eat your mistake. You own them. You go on with your life. But instead, he turned the whole thing into vindictive, defaming lies about this young Christian woman and completely destroyed her relationship with a whole bunch of other people. Yeah. Now, Ronnie, who I don't consider not a friend, I don't consider him a good friend, but it's because he's always been a good guy to talk with, except this last year or so. He's been awful, he's mean, he's bitter, and he will lie about anyone at the drop of a hat. He will falsely accuse any person at the drop of a hat. So, and I'll tell you something right now, like it could be Steve, or it could be J.D. Kane, or it could be Gus Belanger, any of these people that I do consider really good friends. If one of those three guys I just listed, or any of the others you can think of that I'm friends with, Aaron, I don't care. If they all of a sudden launched on a campaign of smearing people and telling defaming lies, falsely accusing someone of being a pedophile, I would chat with them first to be like, hey, what's on your mind? And if it turns out that's how they want to go, that's how they want to live their lives, then fuck them. I'm not friends with them anymore.
Yeah,
because I don't be friends with people who do things that Nephilim Free does or what Ronnie does. It's got nothing to do with their beliefs. It's their attitude and the behavior that they exhibit towards dealing with other human beings on this planet.
Yeah, that's a very well.
That's brilliant, because I couldn't agree more. Matter of fact, there are younger creationists that I agree with. I don't agree with, but I get along with just fabulously. I get along fine with Justin. I get along fine with Remy. I get along fine with, quite a number of younger creationists. We've never had a problem. Wyatt Minkus, right? I mean, so it isn't about what somebody believes. Like you said, it's about the person. If you're a dishonest fuck, I really don't want to have anything to do with you. And I don't care if you agree with me 1,000%. I don't care if you, think I'm, completely right about everything. If you're a dishonest person, and you do things like that, you smear people and you label people these pejoratives that are not appropriate, like pedophile and like Tommy Hall does. I really don't want to have much to do with Tommy Hall because of that. I mean, I know he rescinded on it, but it wasn't the first time he's done that. Okay. I mean, he hasn't done it since, but I mean, we've kind of been not really avoiding, but we haven't really talked much with Tommy. We're going way out of our ways to do so because we just don't like that type of diatribe, right? So I understand what you're saying completely, Hogtie.
Yeah, I think I'm just praying for a miracle.
Well, I mean, the first step there they have to do is, is they have a dialogue, right? For example, I know people keep bringing it up. We haven't brought it up that much, but I mean, the whole DNA and water shit, right? If Ronnie was to say, okay, I want to really have a conversation about this and civilly do so, I would be fine with that. And I'm sure anybody else would be as well. But not on his channel. Did you guys notice, though, the last time he had a conversation with, like, Negation of P was like, okay, I want to have, our debate, but it's not going to be on your channel. And what did Ronnie keep doing? Well, let's just have it right here. You're in here now, let's have the debate. And he's like, I'm not having this on your channel. This is the problem with them. As soon as they realize that nobody wants to have these types of discussions on their channel because you cannot get anywhere. Last time I tried to with him, I nailed him against the wall, and as soon as I did, he changed the discussion, right? So I don't want to have that kind of thing go on. And so if he ever wants to have, the first thing he needs to do is learn that if he wants to have any kind of dialogue with anybody, he has to be able to go into other rooms other than his own. And the Clown Car Posse. Like Hogtie, you can go to Hogtie. Hogtie's a good neutral moderator.
I was about to say the whole thing, that scenario you just painted about where if he comes and says, specifically true empiricism, if he says, look, I want to talk about the DNA and water thing, and oh, sure, I'll come to your channel, and I want to know what you're thinking. I want to explain my side of it. He did that, right? He and I were talking privately, and he's, we'll do this thing. And there's a hangout on my channel called True Empiricism and Hogtie Champs Solvate the World's Problems. Right. And I'll tell you something, you go through that hangout, and you find for me that there was an angry moment between either of those two gentlemen in that conversation. It was. And that's the way he used to be. He used to be able to approach the conversation that way. These days, I can't go into his room, because if I'm in there, he's muting me, he's hiding me from he kicks me. And then he tells lies about why I came in, what I was doing, what I was trying to do, what my motives were. Like he's become mean, sort of hateful spirited in the way that he approaches the conversation. So I totally get what you're saying, Steve, in terms of if he were to do that, then I'd receive, he has done that.
Yeah, I know.
And I have accepted it pleasantly. But now he doesn't anymore, so I don't.
No, I agree. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
The thing is that we've, not we as in including me, but I mean as the collective we, have pushed some of these people to the point where they just want to win. They need a win. And I think that the G-Man has almost stuck like in a permanent state of this. True empiricism got pushed pretty hard into this year. Is that he made so many really bad mistakes that got called out really early on, and he doubled down on them, and it got to the point where it's just like I think that he realizes he's lost face, and so it's gone to the point now where he needs to come back from this. And he wants to win, and he's desperate for it. And because it's just kind of turned him into an ass.
I agree. And the other thing was, did you guys notice the turning point was also when he actually said, "Look, I'm going to be more strict in my hangouts." He was already muting people and lowering their volume, but he said he's going to be 10,000 times worse. He's not going to let people have conversations in his hangouts. He's not going to let the atheists get away with whatever he claiming the atheists getting away with. And when he made those decisions, there was no ability to have a rational conversation in his room about anything. And so he decided to be this heavy-handed moderator that killed his room. And I said it was going to happen. And it did. I mean, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's no way that it couldn't have had that effect. That's what happened. So he doesn't want to go in any of the rooms because he knows he doesn't have that moderation ability. And that's how he wants his channel run, because he wants to be that person. And he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to give that up by going somewhere else.
Do you think, I'm just saying, do you think this year, if there's any more interactions with that group, do you think it would be beneficial to model, ironically, a more Christ-like attitude in
well, for them,
being gentle about it, I guess, like not being too judgmental on them?
I do judge them, though, because they have gone so far to an extreme, right? I mean, they are just hostile, vicious, vitriolic people anymore. I have no desire to go into any of the rooms. I don't. I recommend other people don't as well. But, of course, that sucks, because if people don't go in there, I don't get any fodder and lulls. But since I don't watch their shit anyways, I don't care at this point. I haven't watched Ronnie hang out in ages.
I understand
I tried to do it. I couldn't do it.
I understand what General's saying, and I agree with him to a certain extent, is that I guess really what it comes down to is how much you want to have this conversation. The reason, right, there's two things that are stopping this good discourse from happening. On one end, it is that we don't drop it. We don't drop it. These things that they've said, like the DNA in water, the ATP mayonnaise, crap. This is stuff that gets brought up time over time, and the reason why is because the other reason, which is their fault, is because they can't admit that they were wrong. Is that they won't admit that they've made a mistake, and because they won't admit that they've made a mistake, we just it keeps on getting brought up over and over again. So if that was to happen, if they were to say, okay, you know what, I screwed up, the other side probably wouldn't bring it up again. A good example of this is if you take a look at like the J.D. Kane thing, where he said the word Christian doesn't appear in the Bible. It was a stupid thing to say. He got called out on it right away. And you know what he did? He owned it. He owned it after that and said, yeah, I said that. It was stupid.
That was a long time ago. One minor thing.
Yeah, and they try to bring it up. They try to bring it up. And every single time that they bring it up, he says, yeah, okay, yeah, I said that it was stupid, and it was a mistake, whatever.
And
for them to pin on a minor thing that somebody's corrected makes no sense to me. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't harm the relation. Bringing that up doesn't harm the relation there. J.D. Kane doesn't care, and it should be the same way the other way. It's like, okay, I said DNA degraded in water. Okay, that was stupid. Yeah, I acknowledge that was stupid. This is what I meant.
So much in there now, it can't go back.
Exactly. Yeah, and so the thing that stops this discourse from happening is that they don't accept that they made a mistake when it's clearly obvious to just about everybody, and we won't drop it because I'm not sure. Maybe we get kicks out of watching them double down again. It's like, hey, what stupid thing are they going to say this week? Because that's what it's turned into. It's turned into this, not just this this thing where it's just like, hey, we're looking for people to have dialogue with. It's turned into a sideshow. This is the entire problem with the whole, labeling these people as the clown car posse or bringing this stuff up. Is that we haven't turned this. Nobody on that side is really on our side. I could say. Is encouraging good discourse because we have branded these people as fucking clowns.
But this is over a period of time, though, right? I mean, you would have a point. If this was the first time we interacted with them, then yes, you would make a very valid point. But I have an exception
though that might prove the rule.
I mean, like Matthew will come over here, and Matthew's more than welcome to talk in the side chat. He doesn't have to come in, but I mean, like example, they're talking about faith right now, right? And he says, that we have some degree of faith, and that's an equivocation problem. Matthew doesn't seem to realize that if you have a doctor that says, hey, you need a shot or to be cured or you're going to die, or you have faith that you don't need the shot, which one's probably a better better way to evaluate the situation? Do you want to take the shot based upon science, or do you want to believe your own faith? Now, you're going to say that science is faith. Then are you just saying that they're equivalent? Are you saying that if I don't take the shot, I have faith that I'm going to live just as much as I take the shot because I have faith in the science? Are you equating the two? Because that's an equivocation problem.
I don't agree that it's an equivocation fallacy here. Is that I think that to a certain degree we are using faith in exactly the same way. Hear me out on this. Is that when we're talking about faith, is that they almost use it as this position of epistemic certainty. Is that they have a very strong degree of confidence in something. And so maybe it's not certainty, but it is like, a very high level of certainty. And we have exactly the same thing. We have a high level of certainty and stuff too. The problem is that you can label a lot of things as faith here. Where the conversation stops is that we try to fight over this idea that there's this equivocation going on when the argument really should be this, like, okay, so what is the justification for this faith? Because I have faith in certain aspects of things that are based in naturalism, absolutely. But I can justify them. I can justify them to a certain extent.
Stalker, there's two different things going on. I agree with you full-heartedly about the justification, but the other thing you're neglecting to mention is there's two different definitions of what faith is. If I say I have a faith in somebody for a confidence level, so I have faith in general. That doesn't mean I don't have faith that he exists, right? I have faith that
I don't think so.
But I do think there's a difference because when they're saying we have faith in science, we have a confidence level, as you said, but they're meaning to believe we have faith such as we don't need any science or we don't need any evidence to support it. The person who's putting forth faith as religion, they're not doing it by faith alone. They're trying to put it forth, which is by like the Conquer Posse. They're trying to use science for that, right? And at the same time, they're saying, well, science is faith. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me. They're two different types of faith. They're using the word differently in two different ways.
They're not. What they're actually doing, this is kind of clever, is that they take this idea of faith and that essentially is that faith falls down to anything that we can't have certitude about. Is that and the reason why they get that definition is that most atheists or skeptics would admit this position of having, not having certitude, and so they take that to the definition of faith, and it equally applies to their definition of what they want to put as religious faith as well. Now, I agree that there is a separate definition of religious faith that you can actually use, but they're not using that definition of religious faith as well. They're trying to use the same definition that we use for a certain level of, like I said, just a strong degree of certainty. And the problem is that we're trying to tell them what definition of faith they need to use. See, they can use our definition of faith. They can use the definition of faith that we're applying, where we have a very strong degree of certainty. Then the question just comes down: what is? No, that's how they're using it.
No, they're not.
You ask any one of those, any one of these people that want to talk about faith, is that they'll talk about the level of certainty that they have. To a point that it's almost a certitude, and then the conversation just goes back to how do you justify this faith?
Yeah, and I agree with you, just because I got a question. Hey, Mr. Jones in the live feed, when did I ever say that Seamus and Matt Bell isn't allowed in the Hangout? You made a claim. There's a reason why Steve McRae and company won't allow Seamus or Matt Bell into the Hangout, because they know their theistic and arguments against naturalism are very challenging for atheists. When does this happen? Can you explain to me when I ever told Seamus he can't come in? And I've only told Matthew one time he couldn't. I don't allow him in only very often for certain things, only because Matt tends to babble and be a contrarian. But when did I ever say that they are not allowed in because they want to have arguments that are challenging for the atheist? Please let me know when this has happened. Mr. Jones, that's to you, Mr. Jones. I don't think anybody that's hanging out has ever refuted Matt Bell's version of the Kalam. Oh, yeah, actually, many people have, including, well, not particularly. Well, I don't know about it right here.
Well, actually, the last conversation I had. Yeah, the last conversation that I had, Matt Bell, regarding his new reformed, because he put out 2 new arguments for the Kalam, and I challenged one of them, where I said that there's these he's almost forming it like a probabilistic argument, and he actually made some changes to his argument, where he tried to take the he stopped trying to argue for probability, and he reworded it, and he in his rewording there he presented, I think it was 7 separate arguments to support the first premise that were separate of the actual argument. And the last conversation I had with Matt Bell is that I offered rebuttals to all 7 of those arguments, and I have yet to hear back from him.
Okay, so first of all,
that's where we are. That's where we are there. So
I think he is. I love Jesus. Mr. Jones, you have one. The next thing coming in your mouth, or you better tell me that when did I ever ban Seamus or Matt Bell from coming in, Mr. Jones? Because I think you're I Love Jesus as well. So I Love Jesus is permanently blocked from my live feed. So Mr. Jones, please answer the question: when did I not allow Seamus or Matt Bell in here?
But yet, anyway, I mean, for Mr. Jones's point, there is that, and actually Tyler Durden passed there in the side chat is that he basically said, premise 1 of the Kalam is unsupported. Like I said, Matt Bell offered 7 arguments for it, and they were all very, very weak arguments.
Bye, Mr. Jones.
And, so that was it. I think that the other thing too is that never mind. I'm just ranting. So
I mean, this is what happens. They come in, they try to change the topic to something else. So that's why I've been trolling. That's the kind of trolling I don't accept.
So Sokka, what you were saying was very good and very interesting about the snowball effect, where they realize that they're wrong, or in some areas they're wrong. Not they may not always realize they're wrong, because again there's bias involved. But so they have to constantly showcase themselves to be right. They have to come out on top regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Then what fuels their the way they interact with this community is, I guess, the community's way of making fun of them. I don't know if it is making fun, but calling them incompetent in some sense. And so now, do you think, especially in this new year, do you think it's beneficial to change the game in such a way that?
Well, are you asking me or him?
No, I'm just asking everyone.
Because I don't care. I don't give a shit if it's beneficial or not. My concern has nothing to do with them. They are incompetent. They are idiots. They are dishonest fucks. I don't give a shit whether they have communication with them or not. It's not my intention to have a communication with them. You asked what they would have to do to have a communication. They're not going to do that. I couldn't care less. So I don't give a fuck what I say about them this year. I'm not trying to have a conversation with them. I don't care.
Here's the thing. I'm changing the game too.
Okay, I mean, but then that in a way, that's fine, because I appreciate that opinion, because in some sense, they shouldn't really be offended by that, because that is your opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion. They're done. I mean, I'll make fun of what they say when they say it after the fact. I really don't watch this shit live, but you know, if somebody says, "Hey, Steve, you know, listen to this part. I find it funny." Yeah, I'll bring it to people's attention and we can discuss it. But to have an actual conversation with any of them, yeah, not interested. They have their chance.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, Slim Jim.
Here's an issue with changing the game. Most people would. I mean, I'm a relative unknown, or at least I used to be, on Google Plus and YouTube. And when I went into Ronnie's room, I mean, one of the first. I mean, it was a pretty neutral conversation, and then Darwin's deity came in there and decided to smoke me out as the atheist he thought I was. And they all seized upon it pretty quickly and pretty readily. I'm not sure if changing the game... I mean, I think that might be evidence that changing the game won't work.
Right. I don't think it would either. They're not going to respond to anything we do.
Unless it's just symptomatic of the issue that Sokka was pointing out. Like, they've become so circle the wagons mentality because of things like, you know, the DNA and water and whatnot, that I mean, they'll poke at anything they think they might be able to score points with.
Hey, Shar, I'm making this larger so you can see people's names, or trying to. I mean, that was...
Well, as humans, like, again, I don't want to sound like some Cupid, but let's just say we were all really nice, regardless of how wrong they were. We were just nice, continuing nice, even to the point of going, no, this is what it is, not that. How do you think, would they be harsh? Or would they start to grow and realize, look, these people are nice. We're just looking like absolute idiots by, you know, constantly being really harsh to them. And hence, you know, interactions can take place.
Well, one thing I've noticed is that there are people, all right, like Dragnaut, for instance. He took the time to sit with Ronnie and talk in a hangout and try and, as Dragnaut would say, suss out what Ronnie was trying to say. And he was being honest with Ronnie and said, look, we can't understand what you're saying. You know, let's sit down and go over this and get our definitions and stuff, you know, whatever, and figure out what you're actually saying so that other people can understand you. Because most of the time, nobody understands what he's saying. And Dragnaut sat with him and talked with him for a long time. And I think some of the others have tried to do that too. Steve, I think you have too. And Fiona and some of the other ones have tried to sit down and patiently talk about, you know, their point. You know, what are they trying to actually say?
Well, that was what I wanted to do. Right. That's the only reason I wanted to have a discussion with him, is to say, hey, Ronnie, what is it you're actually trying to say here? That's the point that I was trying to get across to him. The very last time I had a conversation with him is, can you just explain to me what you're trying to say? And that went south, because as soon as he started to say what he was trying to say, I pointed out his mistakes, and he's like, I'm going to shut this down. So, because do you guys remember that when I last hangout I was in with him, and he was talking about dissolving and degrading and stuff like that, and I had asked him. Well, he started like bringing up like Le Chatelier's principle again, and crap like that, and I'm like, Ronnie, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And he didn't really want to have a conversation at that point after I kept pointing out his mistakes. So
then maybe we just have to accept that there are such people that just, no matter what you do, they I don't know, it's like they're programmed to think that way, and it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I've started hanging out in the forums over on Facebook, and oh my goodness, it's just as bad as over here, if not worse. I think the same bad arguments over and over and over and over.
It's bad because, like, I find Facebook a little less refined than Google Plus. Like the some of the stuff that I've seen in Facebook posts is like just it comes on. It's just like the basic, like, you know, just like, oh, if humans came from monkeys, and why are there still monkeys type arguments, like stuff that, I mean, to the credit of most of the creationists in this community, like, regardless what their feelings are on that argument, I don't think they'd ever try to use it.
Well, what most people don't realize is that Facebook is really just for shit posting now and nothing more.
Yeah, it's hard to take. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I go in the creationist sections a few times, but there's just so much absurdity on Facebook that people post, and Twitter's not much different. I mean, people post the most absurd things. You can't just sit there and go after all of them because you do there, literally 24/7. So you got to kind of pick and choose your battles of who you want to go after. But I have talked to this guy on Facebook. He runs a creationist forum, and he was telling me that he doesn't understand why people are old with creationists or theistic evolutionists when it's been demonstrated that Dr. Tompkins is right and all this other shit. And so I was like, okay, well, can you come on to my program or my channel and explain to biologists why you think Dr. Tompkins is right? Because we've had others try and really none have succeeded. In fact, I would say that none have even remotely come close to actually substantiating Dr. Tompkins' claims. And he said he would. He just has to review himself a little bit. He's a lawyer. And it was funny because he was telling me that I didn't do my homework on Dr. Tompkins because he's never been refuted. And I said, well, no, one of his papers, the 70% genomic analysis, was actually retracted because of a guy in our community named Ruhif. And he's like, no, you're wrong. You haven't done your homework. And so I sent him all this information about Dr. Tompkins. It is showing that he did refute, he did retract his paper and the whole dialogue with him and Ruhif. And I'm like, no, I have done my homework. And as a lawyer, maybe before you say somebody who hasn't done their homework, that you should actually do your own homework. And he hasn't got back to me. But this is
all those hours of hangouts that y'all did, going over databases and going over his work and everything. That was amazing.
Yeah, and it's just so funny because it's like, well, I don't think you've actually looked into this. I'm like, oh, really? Okay, we definitely have, and let me show you why he was wrong on this genomic analysis thing that Ruhif pointed out. And I was like, look at it. If you want to come into my program and you want to defend Tompkins' work, I'd expect you to be familiar with Tompkins' work because the last two people were not. In fact, they came on here and all they did was parrot Tompkins' information. I know, what's his name, tried. Who was that one guy we had on? He was into biology, but he tried at least to. But before that, when we had Paul Humboldt on, or Humbler, or whatever the frick his name is, he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. All he did was read off Tompkins, writings and think this was a refutation. Ben Kissling, that was his name. I mean, Ben tried, but so I just think it's kind of funny. They're like, oh yeah, we'll defend his work because it's self-explanatory. I don't know how anybody can understand it. Okay, great, come and explain to us. See what happens. But I just find it odd that a lawyer of all people, has to understand, critical thinking can be a young earth creationist. It boggles my mind.
I think the problem with that comes from a misunderstanding of the role that the Bible is supposed to play in Christianity. I think people put too much stock in it.
Yeah, they're called what do they call them? People who worship the Bible.
Bibliophiles?
No, bibliophile is somebody who loves books. No, it's a person who worships the Bible.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm so rusty on my Latin and Greek roots that I can't think of it.
It's biblio something or other.
But
bibliophilism. I don't know.
The idea isn't that it is like 100% the complete instruction manual on what you're supposed to believe. I mean, yeah, it's a good amount of it is, but there's a lot of nuance that goes into it, and it's like the companion novel to the movie, right? Like they each kind of play hand in hand into each other, and when you put too much emphasis on one, the other one suffers, and you end up coming up with all sorts of crazy ideas like flat Earths and
bibliolatry. I don't know how to say this word.
If it's got more than 3 syllables, I already gave up.
Bibliolators, okay, but no, biblioidolatry or something, I guess.
I shoot people and blow stuff up for a living. I'm not very verbose.
Yeah, I got something for you. I want to say something to you with my 50 cal.
No, that's a language I can understand. Because let's face it, Ma Deuce, she is made out of sex and death, and it's wonderful.
I'm playing that game I told you before, All Points Bulletin, and it's kind of fun because there's a lot of different types of weapons, and each weapon requires a little bit different types of play skill. So you've got to get proficient at long range weapons, short range weapons, medium range, anti vehicle weapons.
Anti-vehicle weapons.
Well, my favorite is medium range rifles.
Deep in my heart.
I love my medium range rifle because I can still shoot people from far away. I just have to hit them more often, but I mean, I can still take people out pretty quickly, like 3-shot people if I get them, if I get the drop on them. So it's a great weapon.
Why did the military ever abandon a 30-06 as a combat round? I have no idea.
Because they went to a NATO standard.
You're still not making an argument.
Yeah, why did it go to the NATO standard? Because people still use 30-06 for hunting.
Well, because during the Cold War, when you had all the countries under the Warsaw Pact, they were able to interchange parts, weapons, ammunitions between all the different armies and all the different units within that. And then you take a look at the NATO countries where they needed to find kind of a unifying type system that they can use as well. That's why they tried to go to a NATO standard, and they dropped some of the stuff that they used, like the old 30-06.
All right, 9mm or 45. Go. Which one do you want?
What was that?
A 9mm versus a 45.
For what?
Which you prefer?
I mean, it really depends on what I'm using it for. I mean, you got to think, like, most of the time that I use a 9mm, but then again, the most that I'm ever have to do is boarding party. So it's going to be on a ship, close range, and it's, I don't know. I think that 9mm is fine. 45 is overkill. Plus, you stand the risk of punching right through bulkheads with that.
Yeah, I think a 45 might be better for like home defense. I agree with you. 9mm I would prefer as a west sidearm. The stopping power of a 45 is pretty immense, though.
Yeah, you can have decent stopping power with the 9mm as well. I mean, what are you shooting?
Dead center mass, double tap.
The thing on the 9mm too is the ballistics on them have improved so much that they're almost indistinguishable from a 40.
That is true as well.
I haven't got shooting in ages. I mean, in fact, the only thing I regret not getting my certification in the Navy. I could have got rifle and pistol certification. I don't know why I didn't. I should have gone for that because I had a concealed weapons permit. I kept my weapons off base, but yeah, I really wish I would have gotten those ribbons. I like shooting. It's fun. A 12 gauge shot off shotgun has good stopping power. Yeah.
Of course it does.
Again, what are you shooting and where are you shooting it?
Well, I mean, you better be pretty close for a sawed off. That's all I got to tell you. If you're close, that sawed off's going to destroy you. But at range,
that's why I always want to get
again. Like if you're in the flats of a ship and you fire off a 12 gauge shotgun full of a bunch of buckshot, it's going to be you ever take a handful of those rubber bouncy balls and throw them in the hallway?
Are you in the Navy, Sokka?
I am.
Okay. I'm a ground pounder, so
Yeah, well, it takes a lot. I mean, tell you what, man.
Are you?
I respect both, but going over water for like 7 or 8 times, it's just God. I can see how it could drive people crazy.
We're all a little crazy, I guess.
Well, you got to be crazy just to walk into a MEPS office to begin with. So
I agree. What's funny is I wish I would have known when I known then before I went to MEPS. I would have gotten the late entry program with they would have paid me to be in depths.
Yes.
But now they didn't tell me this. I don't know if they even had it when I was in, but I know they have that now. If you get over 93 on your ASVAB, they'll pay you. I think it's like $50 to $100 a month for every month that you have to be over 6 months in depths. I remember going into MEPS and I'm like, okay. I remember this guy who was in there, and he had all of his gold, on his arm, right? Just decked out to the T with medals and ribbons, and he obviously was a command master chief, which I didn't know at the time, but I know now he's a command master chief, and I was like, fuck, that's a war hero. That's what I want to be. I want to wear that kind of shit. And I never got my gold because I didn't stay in long enough. I got my red, stripes and everything, but it's you don't know what you're in for. I'll tell you that right here now.
Yeah, like my last week, we were rolling through the military decision-making process, and I considered suicide more than once that week.
Oh, the military is at a very high rate. I told you that the nuke program has the highest suicide rate in the military.
I thought it was the drone operators.
Well, things may have changed since drones have been more prevalent since I was in. But when I was in, it most certainly was the nuke program had the highest suicide rate. But we can always look it up now. Suicide rate, military.
What's a shitty topic? I have an idea. Let's not change the topic to that.
Now they say the Army has the highest now as of February 2016.
Yeah, well, we got to be good for something.
And, Army has 30 suicides per 100,000 soldiers. Wow.
That's why I sit in a suicide prevention class every 6 months.
How does that compare to the national average?
I was looking
per capita, a lot higher.
Yeah, well,
I mean 30 per 100,000. I mean,
okay. Well, for men it's 20.9 per 100,000, and veterans for men it's 32. So it's higher. And then women who never served in the military is only 5% per 100,000, and as high as 28% or 28 of 100,000 for women who have served. That's a lot higher. 5 to 28. A factor of over 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to look at the correlations on like duty position, home life, and stuff like that. Because I wonder how much of that.
I mean, home life's probably a tough one. I mean, I've been reasonably lucky in the time that I've been in, but I know a lot of guys that are under their third or fourth marriage by now.
Yeah, it's at a 7-year high. They say. Wow.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was last time I looked it up, but the divorce rate in let's see here.
Well, we all know that we've got that guy in our section or the next section who his marriage goes tango uniform, and all of a sudden he's on suicide watch. And
yeah, I remember it's like it was something like the divorce rate in the Navy was something like it was like 4 times higher than in the civilian side.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, so just simple things like that. So I mean, home life is a lot tougher. I mean, it's there's a lot of aspects. I mean, it takes a special type of person to be able to deal with this stuff sometimes.
Well, this is just for the Army. Okay, I know this is weird, but according to the data, the most suicide-prone jobs in the U.S. Army are air traffic control repair operator or repairer, U.S. Military Academy professor, crane operator, trainee, Patriot missile repairer, signal intelligence senior sergeant, laundry and shower specialist.
Oh my goodness!
Information services chef, interior electrician. And do you know what the number one is? I don't know. Obviously, this has to do with statistics because, there's probably a lot more of these people that commit suicide. But the number one thing for the Army, get this, was French horn player. This is from Time Magazine. French horn player, where they have like a rash of French horn players.
Well, that just skyrocketed on my list of instruments to never learn how to play.
No shit.
It could, because obviously, I mean, it goes by percentage of people that are in the job. So you got to think like I don't know about the U.S., but I mean, how many bands, how many military bands you guys have? Like probably. I'd say maybe 100 or so throughout the throughout all the different bases and everything that you guys have. Maybe there's more. I mean, how many French horn players do you have? Let's say there's like 100 people who specialize in French horn, and 2 of them had a really bad year. So that's like a 1 in 50 chance of according to those stats. Right. So I mean, it's not a really accurate representation because it's just such a small sample size.
That's what it says here. Yeah, it says, of course, when your sample size of your study is smaller than the available job titles, you're bound to come up with a meaningless but an interesting list. And in the Navy, generally, nuclear technicians, right, and certain crypto jobs come to mind, mostly because their training is very difficult and a lot of money is on the line. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I know that in the Navy that nuclear field is one of the highest because there is a lot of money on the line. I mean, your re-enlistment bonus is $125,000 now. I mean, that's a lot of fucking money to if you fuck up, you have to pay that back or something,
Plus, you're a scientist, right?
Yeah, you're a retired scientist. Yeah. Wow. I mean, yes.
We did have.
I saw that
training
post
is
the other
difficult,
day.
and people can't. We did have people, go nuts. I don't remember any of my class try to commit suicide, but I can understand that the pressure is immense.
Wait, you guys don't deal with it with alcohol like the rest of us?
Yes, we had that. Of course we did.
Well, we did have a senior signal sergeant off himself when I was on active duty. Just after I transferred to another unit, I met up with our old sergeant major, and I was talking to him. I said, "Yeah, how's this and that going?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, Sergeant so and so hung himself just before we deployed." He was a senior signal sergeant.
A lot of people don't want to deploy. My third deployment, dude, I was like, fuck. I mean, I could see why people wanted to off themselves. It was like, I don't want to do this again. Two is enough. My first one sucked. The second one was worse. Third one, I was like, oh, fuck, man. I'm not going to make it through this deployment. There's just no fucking way. I was just going to lose my mind.
Well, my third one was okay. I was a contractor.
I hated. I really can't stand Westpac. That was like, if we just didn't have Westpac, things would have been a hell of a lot better, right? I mean, you're in port. You can go off in the shore. You can you can have even base off base. I mean, your quarters off base. But when you're in the middle of nowhere for 6 to 8 months of the time, yeah, it wears on you.
Oh yeah.
It feels like an eternity.
It's like that 9 Inch Nails song. Every day is exactly the same.
I like this guy. He says, this is from some kind of IGM message board, which military jobs are most prone to suicide. And this guy says, well, I was a Navy nuke, and unless things have changed, there was very few suicides, but we do end up being cynical and bitter, not suicidal. I'm like, okay. So we're cynical and bitter, but not suicidal, according to this guy.
No, the military.
Yeah.
Where drinking is a way of life and sex is a competitive sport.
Oh yeah, I mean, I am not gonna lie, dude. If it wasn't for alcohol, I would have never survived the Navy. There's no possible way.
You know what? We've there's been a lot of work to move away from those programs, or to introduce more programs, from things like making dry ships to restrictions on what you can drink during like banyans and stuff. I mean, and I understand is that there is a kind of like this idea that went along with being in the Navy, the stereotype of the drunken sailor, which people would own that. People would get in and then they'd feel like they have to fit this.
What do you do with a drunken sailor?
Yeah, this archetype or whatever. And I think that a lot of work has been going in to move away from that position, and it's probably for the better.
I probably. Now, my ship was dry. We were allowed beer day, obviously, when crossing the line. Or no, it wasn't crossing the line. What did we get beer day for? I think we're out at sea for like, what is it, 2 months straight or something? I don't know. What do you get a beer day for? Anybody remember? I only had like two beer days.
Generally, in my experience, the only time that we got like a beer day or rum rations or anything like that, it was directly followed by, oh, hey, by the way, we're not going home when we said we would. We're going to be out for another 2 months.
Here, have some beer. Have a Foster's.
Yeah. Hey, guy. Hey, lobster tails and steak tonight.
Oh, I do like the
lobster tails. By the way, guys. Yeah. By the way, sorry. Yeah. Gotta head back out east.
I did like lobster night and crab leg night, and yeah. I mean, there was obviously, you could tell it wasn't like the high end, but it was still good, right?
Yeah, Thursday night is steak night. It's the one consistent out there. I can tell you that in 10 years from now, on Thursday night, it's still going to be steak night. That's never going to change unless cows go extinct.
Did you ever have? How often did you have pork adobo?
I don't think I've ever had that. What the hell is pork adobo?
That was like a mainstay in our ship. Pork adobo is this Filipino dish where they take pulled pork and it's in the sauce, and it's hard to describe because it doesn't really taste like meat.
In theory, it sounds good.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. It just doesn't really taste like pork. It's marinated pork with a soy type sauce put on it, vinegar and soy sauce.
The other problem is that, and another thing we moved away from with the alcohol is we're moving away from a lot of deep fried foods. As a lot of people don't realize is that deep frying is one of the easiest things to cook. And when you're cooking for in a small space for a large ship's company, that deep frying is like the easy go-to answer. So like almost every meal back in the day, there'd be some aspect to something that is just deep fried. Things that you wouldn't even normally deep fry was deep fried.
Twinkies, baby.
Yeah, and
thing on the planet.
like the menus and everything, they've changed now. They've updated this for healthier living and stuff. So there's always like a nice fish dish and a lot more vegetarian options and a lot of healthier stuff. They still have the occasionally they'll throw together like a pub night, where they just deep fry everything. But on the most part, they try to move away from that.
I tell you what, I gained literally 20 calories in boot camp in just a few months. I went in at 127, and I swear I think I got 147 when I got out, when I was in A school. I gained a lot of weight, and one of the reasons that you might know is, when you have to eat, right, and you only have like 20 minutes to eat your fine Navy food or whatever, how long you guys had, but you have to eat, and it's regimented, and you can have as much as you want. You can go back for seconds, you can get more food. And I mean, I ate a lot. I never went hungry in the Navy. It didn't happen.
Enjoy you have it throughout the day.
What's that?
The worst. Yeah.
What's so high calorie? Shouldn't you? I mean, they want to fatten you up a little bit, but build it up as muscle mass because you're obviously working out. You're burning a lot of calories. You're running, and so the food they feed you is not exactly low cal.
Well, the problem too is that the longer you stay at sea. So like I've been at sea like over 50 days. After 50 days, you're not getting a lot of fresh stuff anymore. So you can tell that you're probably not getting the most the healthy stuff. I mean the cooks are in the Navy are amazing because they do amazing things with what they have.
Yep.
And so I'll give them like mad props for that. But anyway, like all that being said, I think what was I saying there? One of the hard parts is like especially when you sail, like I was sailing like when I sailed on a frigate there. The ship itself is like a little over 100 meters. There's not a lot of space like to go back and forth to do anything. Like you're really confined. Like if you want to go out for a run, you have to go out onto the flight deck. Hopefully the sea state's not too bad. Hopefully that you're not doing flight ops or anything there, and you try to get some time out there. But on the most part, like you just sit around. Especially the guys I feel really bad for are the operators. Guys that will sit there and just watch a radar for a 7-hour watch and then, go to bed and don't move.
Yeah, they're very sedimentary, right?
Yeah, they're mushrooms,
Yeah, well, I worked in the engine room, right?
They sit in a cold, dark space, and occasionally they might come. It's always funny to see them when you pull into like a foreign port. And you can tell when they come up onto the upper decks, that's the first time they've seen the sun.
Yeah, but 2 weeks. But they were the first ones off the boat, right? Oh, we don't need the torpedoes made. Oh, we don't need the radars, people. So they were off. Nukes, we were the first one on the boat, and we're the last one to leave. Always.
I guess. I mean, that's on a nuke. Like most of the time, it's the things like the ETs and the hull techs, the guys that have to hook up fresh water, and the guys that have to get shore power. Those guys, those are always the last ones.
Yeah, well, until they get on shore power, we're still on reactor power until we switch the load. So we have to, we have to shut down the reactor. We have to start up the reactor, and that shutting down isn't as difficult as starting it up, of course, but still a pain in the ass. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna be ending this hangout. I think we've gone on long enough. It's been 4 hours. Bored people. So anyways, wrap it up. Like the hangout. Again, I'm not going to, this is the BYOT, I'm not going to be able to annotate all the shit we talked about. I know people are wanting that. It's just too difficult. But anyways, it still was fun. A 4-hour after show, I don't know. But
yeah, just skip to the 3-hour mark when Sokka comes in.
That's it. That's all that matters. Right.
And just listen to my soothing voice, speak words of wisdom.
That's why it's already putting me asleep.
Bro, I'm already half asleep right now, so.
Dude, what's funny is last night I listened to this video before we go. It's a 3 hertz low frequency binaural beats, and I've listened to like 7 hertz and a few other binaural beats, and every time I do, I dream really well when I listen to it. I fall asleep with listening to a very low level binaural beats, and I don't think a single time I haven't had a dream, when I've done this. But this was the first time I actually had a lucid dream last night because of it, and it was awesome. So if you guys want to try to, lucid dream, go find this video called 3 hertz low frequency binaural beats and just listen to it as you fall asleep. Very low, like don't have it very loud. Yeah, because what it does is called brainwave entrainment, and it's just a fascinating thing. I've been reading about how to modulate your brain waves, and how this stuff does really affect your sleep. I mean, actually, like I said, I have noticed every time I've been doing this, I've had very, very good dreams, but not lucid. But this was the first time with this video that I actually produced an actual lucid dream. So it does work. Just thought I'd throw that out there if anybody cares.
Post the link on your Google Plus page.
Sure. One sec. Oh, on my Google Plus page. I'll post in the live feed real quick. Yeah. YouTube.
You can't post to the live feed.
I like the low frequency ones. Some of them are really high frequency, but this one I actually like because there's this like low hum, like my ship, right? Because the engine room produced this low hum, and so I'm used to hearing a low hum when I'm sleeping in the Navy. So I found this particular video that produced like a very, very similar low hum, and I noticed when there's, like I said, sometimes I would lucid dream a lot actually back then, but sometimes when I listen to this type of music, this binaural beats, I would have very, very low dreams. In fact, every time I had very vivid dreams, but I never had a lucid one until last night. So, anyways, I posted in the live feed if you guys want to like check it out and tell me if you guys have like very, very vivid or lucid dreams by listening to this as you fall asleep.
Yeah, I posted one in the internal chat here. If you want to listen to that tonight. No, this one's much better, Steve. You listen to this one. It's 10 hours long, so you'll be fine.
Okay, this is the one that I refer to. Let me see. I might have seen this one before. Let me click on it. Hey. There you go. Awesome. And so I love this song. This is by Four Non-Blondes.
Yeah.
What's going on? Yeah, no, that wouldn't do it. But I love that song by Four Non-Blondes. Anyways, guys, good night, and I will see you tomorrow.